जन्म गेलो तार সেই পশু বড় দূরান সেই পশু বড় দূরা নিতাই না ভুলিল মুখে মজিল সংসার সুখে নিতাই না বলিল মুখে মজিল সংসার সুখে বিদ্যাকুলে কি করিবে বিদ্যাকুলে কি করিবে
You all to do. Are you guys ready for this journey?
ಅಹಂಕಾರೆ ಮತ್ತ ಹೊಯ್ಯ ನಿತಾಯಿ ಪದ
The following video is ಅಕ್ರೋಧ ಪರಮಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ರಾಯ ಅಕ್ರೋಧ ಪರಮಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ರಾಯ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಶೂನ್ಯ ನಿತಾಯ ನಗರೆ ಬೇಠಾ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಶೂನ್ಯ ನಿತಾಯ ನಗರೆ ಬೇಠಾ ಅಧಮ ಪತಿತ ಜೀವೇರ ದ್ವಾರೆ ದ್ವಾರೆ ಗೀಯಾ ಅಧಮ ಪತಿತ ಜೀವೇರ ದ್ವಾರೆ ದ್ವಾರೆ ಗೀಯಾ ಹರಿ ನಾಮ ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರ ಬಿಚೆನ ಬಿಲಾಯ ಹರಿ ನಾಮ ಮಹಾಮಂತ್ರ ಬಿಚೆನ ಬಿಲಾಯ जारे देखे तारे कहे पंते तृणादारी जारे देखे तारे कहे दंते तृणादारी हमारे कीनियालह बोला गौर हरी हमारे कीनियालह बोला गौर हरी ये बोली नित्यानंद भूमे गाड़ी जा ये बोली नित्यानंद भूमे गाड़ी जा सोनार पर्वत जेन धूलाते लुठा सोनार पर्वत जेन धूलाते लुठा हेन अवतारे जार प्रतिना जन्मील हेन अवतारे जार प्रतिना जन्मील लोचन बोले शेही पापी हेलार गेल लोचन बोले शेही पापी हेलार गेल अक्रोध परमानंद नित्यानंदरा अक्रोध परमानंद नित्यानंदराय अभिमान शून्यनिताय नगरे बेडाय अभिमान शून्यनिताय नगरे बेड़ा
In this video, I'm going to show you how to create this ebook and also this नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पति
पतियाचे नाम हट जीवेरा कारण
Ram Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna
श्रद्धवन जन है श्रद्धवन जन है श्रद्धवन जन है श्रद्धवन जन है पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण प्रभुर अज्ञाई बाई मागी येई भिक्षा प्रभुर अज्ञाई बाई मागी येई भिक्षा बोलो कृष्ण भजो कृष्ण करो कृष्ण शिक्षा बोलो कृष्ण भजो कृष्ण करो कृष्ण शिक्षा नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण
reach down to eat that. They have a lot of meat on here.
अपराध शून्य होइलो हो कृष्ण नाम अपराध शून्य होइलो हो कृष्ण नाम कृष्ण माता कृष्ण पिता कृष्ण धन प्राण कृष्ण माता कृष्ण पिता कृष्ण धन प्राण नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम कारण
Ugly building. That's what they're very fast. And that's the best show is against it. Against everything. Ever we did.
कृष्णेर संसार करो छाड़िया नाचार कृष्णेर संसार करो छाड़िया नाचार जीवे धया कृष्ण नाम सर्वधर्म सार जीवे धया कृष्ण नाम सर्वधर्म सार नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण
Never can.
So that's why many people are very happy because he cannot, the validates cannot provoke him.
You know, what good is it? And it just hurt
It's surprising. So
all the blasphemy that they said was broadcast for the
And the reason
public.
I love Doodly is because I have to try and educate clients, and it's a lot more fun.
निताय पद कमल कोटि चंद्र सुशीतल निताय पद कमल कोटि चंद्र सुशीतल जे छाया जगत जुहाय जे छाया जगत जुराय हेनो निताय बीने भाई राधा कृष्ण पाइते ना
Krishna.
Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Haribol.
Obul obeisances Guru Maharaj. We want to start now.
Haribol.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Okay, you're there, huh? Okay, just a minute.
Okay, Guru Maharaj.
All right, so you want to get started right away? Nobody gave me a topic or anything. So,
Guru Maharaj, today is Lord Nityananda's appearance day, so you can just talk about Lord Nityananda.
yeah, of course. So you might get some repetition throughout the day of a lot of speakers. But, Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chaksu Militanyena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarane Nama Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaha. I'm on the phone, I'm trying to get with my computer on, but it's not working. So, Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namani Gora Tvishe Namaha. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute. Tapta Kanchana Gaunange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye. So Nityananda, I think we all know he's the Balaram. So I'm going to read, it's called the Nityananda Astakam, written by Vrindavan Das Thakur, who's the author of Chaitanya Bhagavat and prime disciple of Lord Nityananda. He's a nephew of Srivas Thakur, but he was born after Lord Chaitanya left. So he learned all about Lord Chaitanya from Lord Nityananda. So this is 8 verses. Nityananda Astakam. Saraj Chandra Brantim Spurad Amala Kantim. And there I am. Gajagatim. Hari Preman Momatam. Dritta Parama Sattvam Smitam Mukam. Sada Gurnam Netram Kalita Vetram Kali Vidam Bhaje Nityanandam Bhajana Taru Kandam Niravad. The sphere of his bright face resembles a wandering autumnal moon. His pure complexion glistens. His gait is like that of an elephant. He is utterly intoxicated in Krishna prema, and he's the personification of pure spiritual energy, Vishuddha Sattva. His face is smiling, his eyes are ever rolling. His hands hold a staff, and by performance of Nam Sankirtan, he dispels the forces of Kali. I perpetually worship Sri Nityananda Prabhu, the root of the bhakti tree. So that last sentence, that's the, what do you call it? That's in every sloka. Bhaje Nityanandam Bhajana Taru Kandam Niravadi. I perpetually worship Sri Nityananda Prabhu, the root of the Krishna bhakti tree. The root, everybody knows the root of the tree is, without the root, the tree falls over. If the root is rotten or if the root's in loose soil or something, a little wind comes along and the tree will fall over. Or it will dry up. It won't be able to absorb water and die. So he's the root of all the bhakti in the world, the bhakti tree, which has millions of branches and, so many things. But Nityananda is the root. It's all based on him. He's the original spiritual master. He's the origin of everything spiritual and material. He's the servant of Lord Chaitanya. He's Balaram, servant of Krishna. Quite a phenomenal person. But this is just, his face is so beautiful. It's like the moon. He walks like an elephant. Elephant walking is very charming. And he's always intoxicated with Krishna prema. So he looks like an ordinary crazy person, to the mundane people. Like the brother of Krishnadas Kaviraj, he accepted Lord Chaitanya as some sort of an incarnation or whatever, but he rejected Lord Nityananda and thought he's just a crazy person. So it was a big controversy between Krishnadas Kaviraj and his brother. And Krishnadas said, it's better you reject both of them and be an atheist than to reject one and accept the other. That's totally offensive. So he was quite distressed. His brother was offensive to another devotee. He was not. So in the night, Nityananda came in his dream and is a beautiful, very big, kind of dark colored cowherd boy and with a big stick, and told him, just go to Vrindavan and everything will be fine. So Krishnadas Kaviraj, in the morning, he went to Vrindavan. He didn't, he was renounced. He didn't need to pack up or say goodbye to anybody. He just left. So, and everything worked out because he heard the Chaitanya Leela from Raghunath Das Goswami. Sachi Suno Prestam Nikala Jagat Ishtam Sukamayam Kalo Majad Jivodarana Karanodama Karunam Arer Akyanad Va Baba Jaladi Garvo Nadi Haram Bhaje Nityanandam Bhajanataru Kancham Niravari. He's the most dear to Mother Sachi's son for Chaitanya, because that's Krishna and Balaram, obviously. He's worshipped by the entire universe, and he's ever fulfilled with joy. He's by his unbounded mercy, he rescues the souls drowning in this age of Kali, and by performing the Harinam Sankirtan. Now, that's so far in both verses, by doing Harinam Sankirtan. So why do we stress Harinam Sankirtan? Because that's our business. Our business.
Sorry, I think Gurmara network went off, so we should be patient.
If you're from Nigeria, Ghana, or any other country, and you've been trying to move to Canada, you've been doing it the absolute.
Nitai Padakamala Koti Chandra Sushitala Nitai Padakamala Koti Chandra Sushitala Jai Chaya Jagata Jurai Jai Chaya Jagata Jurai Heno Nitai Bine Bhai Radha Krishna Paite Nai Heno Nitai Bine Bhai Radha Krishna Paite Nai Drida Kori Daro Nitai Pai Drida Kori Daro Nitai Pai
Sorry, I think Guru Maharaj is having some difficulty with his internet. So while we wait for him for like 5 minutes, let us enjoy Lord Nityananda's bhajan.
से संबंध नाही जार मृता जन्म गेलो तार से संबंध नाही जार मृता जन्म गेलो तार से पशु बोरो दूराचार से पशु बोरो दूराचार निताई ना भोलिलो मुखे मजिलो संसार सुखे निताई ना बोलिलो मुखे मजिलो संसार सुखे विद्याकुले की करिबे विद्याकुले की करिबे अहंकारे मत होया निताई पद पासरिया अहंकारे मत होया निताई पद पासरिया असत्य रे सत्य कोरी मानी असत्य रे सत्य कोरी मानी नितायेर करुणा भे ब्रजे राधा कृष्ण पावे नितायेर करुणा भे ब्रजे राधा कृष्ण पावे धरो निताई चरण दुकानी धरो निताई चरण दुकानी
Hari Bol. Hari Bol. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare
Yeah, I
Krishna.
got back. The internet dropped out. Battery went dead. The Wi-Fi quit. So
Yeah, please,
I'm
you can
back.
continue now, Guru Maharaj. We have been waiting for you, Guru Maharaj.
Yeah, I'm here. So now it came back. And let me see, I can find what I was reading. Anyway, so far I noticed in both verses, it says that whatever he did, here it says he rescues the soul drowning in the age of Kali by performing Harinam Sankirtan. And, that's Lord Chaitanya. Yagyar Sankirtana Prayar Yajanti hi Sumeta Saha. That's our business. And by the performance of Sankirtan, he dispels the forces of Kali. That's in the first verse. The next verse is Aye Brartar Ninam Kali Kalushnam Kimnu Bhavita Tata Prayaschitam Achaya Yad Anayasata Me Vrajanti Tvam Itam Saha Bhagavata Mantrayati Yo Bhaje Nityanandam Vajana Charu Kandam Niravadi. Again, O my brother Gauranga, contaminated by the vices of Kali Yuga, what will become of mankind? He thus advises Supreme Lord Sri Chaitanya, please devise a purificatory method where they can easily attain your shelter. This is his request to Lord Chaitanya. I perpetually worship Nityananda Prabhu, the root of Krishna Bhakti tree. So he's asking Lord Chaitanya to come up with a way to save the world. Now we know what that is now, right? It's the Sankirtan movement. This is, what we keep talking about, keep telling everybody, this is what we should be doing. The temples are doing it all over the world, more and more. Like Ram Roy Prabhu in New York, he wasn't supported very much in the beginning. They said that some people were saying this is not the way to spread Krishna consciousness, just going out in a dhoti and tilak and shaved head, and it's unsophisticated. But he just did it anyway, and gradually it grew and grew, and he got more people, and people really, now it's so much appreciated, and the whole messy scene in New York with problems between devotees, it's all settled. And now many people are doing Harinam Sankirtan and distributing many, many books. He just kept going no matter what. Same like Indra did in Vrindavan. He just kept chanting. He didn't have support. In the beginning, he was all alone. But he kept going, and then gradually Krishna sent him everything. So this is what we want to do also. Oh. Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. I always heard how the Africans, Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj was telling me, the Harinam is really ecstatic, and it is. They're really good kirtaners. So let's get it out there more and more and do whatever we can. This is a way to connect to Lord Nityananda's lotus feet. So let me move on to okay, now now I'm on much better in just a minute.
Kumaraj, your mic is muted.
It's not supposed to mute automatic. Now it's okay?
Yes, it's okay now.
When I log in, it mutes. Anyway, now I'm on my computer, so it's much better. Yatestam na brarta karu hari hari dwanam anisham tato yat samsarad buddhi tarana dayo nai get idam bahu spotire adati atatam yat pratigrinam bhaje nityanandam bhajana taru kandam nirabadi. I was listening this morning, Bhaji Charmaraj singing this. It's so sweet. But, oh, brothers, simply chant incessantly the names of Sri Hari. Does everybody know what incessantly means? Huh?
Constantly.
Yeah, without stopping, incessantly. No interruption. For devotional service must be uninterrupted and unmotivated. So if we analyze, we may be interrupted quite often, and we may have many material motivations. And therefore, we don't make a lot of progress, and we attract millions of people like we're supposed to. And we're realizing that more and more in the world, and how we have to cultivate our own, character, be honest and straightforward and loving and all these things. Simply chant incessantly and let the responsibility of delivering you from the ocean of repeated birth and death rest upon me. He's telling people, just chant and I'll take care of you. It's a promise. While traveling constantly, he approached the door of every home, declaring this with outstretched arms. Hare Krishna, Bhaja Krishna, Bolo Krishna, Koro Krishna Siksha. Worship Krishna, chant Krishna, and teach about Krishna, Koro Krishna. Shiksha, give the instructions, give the Bhagavad Gita. In other words, I perpetually worship Nityananda Prabhu, the root of the bhakti tree. Balat samsaran bonidik harana kambodavana aho satam shreya sindhumati kumuda bandhum samuditam kala shreni spurjat timara tara surya prabhamaham bhaje nityanandam bhajana taru kandam niravadi. How astonishing he is, just like Agastya Muni, who once swallowed the entire ocean, forcibly swallowing the ocean of repeated birth and death. He is a rising moon that causes the ocean of saintly persons' good fortune to swell. He is the brilliant sun, blazing before the multitude of rogues and dispelling the darkness of their ignorance. I perpetually worship Nityananda Prabhu, the root of the Krishna Bhakti tree. Very powerful. Agastya Muni was one time the Rakshasas, they were kicked out of their planets by the demigods, and they came to Earth, and they were hiding at the bottom of the ocean. And they would come out in the night and make trouble, and nobody could find them. So they got Agastya Muni, and he got some mantras, and he held his hands, and the whole ocean just came up like a spout and shrunk down to his hands, and he drank it, and then there was no water, and they could find the Rakshasas and kill them, and then he somehow put it back. I don't know, by passing it in or what. So, but Lord Nityananda is swallowing the ocean of repeated birth and death. If you take this simple instruction to always chant the holy name, keep chanting at least regularly every day, and gradually we come to the point of always chanting. But he's so merciful that if we're chanting regularly every day, fixed amount, regulated life, then he will accept that as all the time. Natantam gayatam harim anuvadantam pati pati vajantam pasyantam swamapi madayantam jaraganam prakurvantam santam sa karuna drig antam prakalanad bhaje nityanandam bhajanataru kandam niravadi. Dancing, singing, calling out the names of Sri Hari. He roams each and every path and inspires the passerby and his own people to sing and dance. Very important. Sing and dance. This is our movement. In the spiritual world, there's only singing and dancing. There's no walking, no talking. So we want to join that. Now, I haven't seen in Africa, a lot of sitting down kirtans, But the dancing, Prabhupada said, dancing produces bhakti. And Nityananda's dancing is so ecstatic that Lord Chaitanya, no matter where he was in the world, if Nityananda was dancing, Lord Chaitanya would come there. Not always visible, not in his gross body, but he would always come there to dance with Lord Nityananda. He cast upon the saintly a glance from the corners of his merciful eyes. I perpetually worship Sri Nityananda Prabhu, the root of the Krishna Bhakti tree. So Lord Chaitanya gave him that order. You go door to door, you preach to the most fallen, because Advaita Acharya told Lord Chaitanya, please, you give Krishna Bhakti to everybody. So then he sent Nityananda to do that for him, because Lord Chaitanya, he somehow didn't take that up, but he Nityananda went back to Bengal, and Nityananda preached to the thieves and rogues and all kinds of people. Subirbanam Bratu Kara Sahasijam Konmala Taram Mito Vaktralo Kochitalita Paramananda Hridayam Brahmantam Madhuryayar Ahaha Madayanti Mayanantam Purajanam Bhaje Nityanandam Bhajana Taru Kandam Niravadi. He gently held the supremely soft lotus hand of his brother's Lord Chaitanya, their hearts soaring upward in the highest bliss as they gazed at each other's faces. When they met at the house of Nandanacharya, nobody had ever seen Lord Nityananda before. He had just arrived there in the night, and he was hiding. He came in a dream and told Lord Chaitanya, is this Vishwambar's house? Is this Vishwambar's house? So Lord Chaitanya sent Haridas and Srivas out to find him, but he couldn't find anybody. He said, there's a great personality just came. They said we couldn't find anybody. Then he went right there and he found him, and they met, and the ecstasy just blew everybody's mind, stunned. They were crying and hugging and falling on the ground unconscious, rolling on the ground, jumping and dancing and chanting for hours and hours. The devotees they never seen anything like it, so much Krishna prema. Then he went to live with Srivas Thakur, and there's a whole other adventure there. So many things happen. And just when they looked at each other, they'd just be in so much ecstasy. When they danced together in those all-night kirtans, they would jump up so their feet were above the heads of everybody, sometimes float, sometimes crash down. And Nityananda would try to touch Lord Chaitanya's feet, but he'd jump away. And he'd try to touch Nityananda's feet, and he would jump away, and we used to do that when I first joined. Devotees were doing that a lot. Now we too cool, too sophisticated now. He delighted the townspeople with his sweetness as he wandered here and there. Everybody loved him. Even as a child, the whole village loved him more than anyone else, more than their own children. And he never played like an ordinary child. All he did was do dramas of Krishna Lila, organizing all the other children. Quite amazing. He knew all the Leelas, and he did all the Leelas. He did all Krishna's Leelas in Vrindavan. He did all the avatars. He just did everything like that. And the men were asking him, how do you know all this, He said, this is my Leela. They said, but you never studied. You never went to school. How can you know all these things? And he said, this is my Leela. Of course I know. And he was telling him who he was, but they didn't understand. So there's another song by Lochandas Thakur, which is, I think, very important for all of us. I don't want to say especially in any particular place, because this disease of krodha, kama, krodha, it's everywhere. That's why we're in the material world. And so he's Akrodha Paramananda Nityananda Roy. Abhimana Shunya Nitai Magare Bedai. Adama Patita Jivara Dware Giya. Harinama Mahamantra Dichena Balaya. Jare deke tare kahe dante trinadari amare kiniya laha bala gora hari eta bali nityananda bhume gadi jaya sonara parvata jena dulate lotaya hema avatare jare jat rati na janmila lochana bali se papi ela ari gela. The song is called Akroda Paramananda, Nityananda Roy. The Supreme Lord, the Supreme Ananda who never gets angry. The noble Nityananda is never angry, for he is the personification of the supreme transcendental bliss, devoid of any concept of false ego. Nitai wanders about the town. Same, no false ego. And that's what we're looking for, is chanting without any ego. Just, I'm a servant of Krishna. How can I get more service? Going from door to door in the residence of the most fallen and wretched souls, he freely distributes the gift of the Harinam Mahamantra. That's all he asked. He said, I don't ask any money. All I want you is to chant the holy name. And still people would chase him away and insult him. But he would just roll on the ground in front of their house and say, as soon as you chant, I will leave. Otherwise, I'm not leaving. He exclaims to whoever he sees while holding a straw between his teeth, please purchase me by worshiping Gaura Hari. Saying this, Nityananda Prabhu rolls about on the ground, appearing like a golden mountain, tumbling in the dust. Can't imagine what, because we've seen Nityananda in Mayapur. He was the same like Lord Chaitanya, duplicate, except Lord Chaitanya's got a yellowish gold color and Nityananda has a reddish gold. If you look closely in Mayapur, you'll see slight difference. Lochan Das Thakur, this is from his book called Chaitanya Mangal, very important book, especially of Lord Chaitanya's childhood. He got the diaries of Murari Gupta and wrote this book, and has many wonderful things about, what the nature of the Kali Yuga and how Kali is so worried long before Lord Chaitanya came that the Sankirtan movement's going to start, and Kali is worried that he won't be able to function. His people won't be able to do their thing because of Lord Chaitanya's presence. And we want to make that everywhere, the holy name everywhere, the Harinam Sankirtan everywhere, all day like it was in the beginning of the society. The devotees went out for hours every day. Still going on like in Russia. And I heard the farm report from Russia last night, from the Ukraine. Practically they're producing all the food they need for thousands of devotees. Except salt and a few things. Lochanda says, whoever has not experienced the awakening of affection for such an avatar as this, that sinful person simply comes and goes uselessly in the cycle of repeated birth and death. Very strong statements. But if we don't, have any attraction to Lord Nityananda, it means we're very sinful and cursed. Other songs say, Narottam says, I'm cursed by Yamaraj because I don't have, this love for Krishna. I don't have any taste for these. So, Akroda Paramananda, the supreme bliss who never gets angry. So Lord Nityananda, I just thought, because there's so many pastimes and everybody might be talking about them and they're nectar. I've already given 2 classes today, and, even the more I repeat the same things, it gets more nectar, just to try to get absorbed in such a wonderful thing as Lord Nityananda's Leelas. From the very beginning of his life, just totally absorbed in Krishna Leela and the Das avatars and making all these dramas and entertaining the whole village, and then leaving home when he's 10 or 12 years old and traveling all over India with a sannyasi. Says when he heard that in South India the Shaivites and the Vaishnavas are always arguing, And he just laughed. But that's the foolish people. Why are you arguing? You should be Bhaja Krishna Polok. You should be worshiping Krishna. When he saw the Buddhists, he said he'd kick him in the face. And that's where he met Madhavendra Puri, and that meeting was very similar to his meeting with Lord Chaitanya. Hours and hours of ecstatic exchanges and falling unconscious, rolling on the ground, crying, chanting the holy name. We can't imagine such things. Also on that tour, he got initiated not by Madhavendra Puri, like some say, but by Lakshmipati Tirtha, who might have been a godbrother of Madhavendra Puri or disciple, I'm not sure. But this is how he got, And then after traveling all over India and visiting holy places all over and learning so much, then he went to Vrindavan and he lived there like a cowherd boy, with the cowherd boys. He was a cowherd boy. He's Balaram, and the whole of Vrindavan was so happy to have him there. He stayed at a place called Nityananda Bhatt, which you can easily find along the Prikama Trail. There's a temple there. It's also the place where Krishna decorated Radharani's hair, all kinds of things like that. So, anybody have any comments or questions? About a couple minutes. Is that right?
Please, if you have any question, raise your hand so that you can ask Guru Maharaj.
Because you got a pretty good crowd. There's a lot coming up that are, more learned. Yeah, this is a very good crowd. Nityananda has attracted many people, right?
Yes, Guru Maharaj.
30, so maybe get bigger as time goes on. Salika, nice picture of Lord Nityananda. Bhakti Chardeshna, happy birthday. I was a day late. I sent you a nice Indian birthday song. Although we shouldn't be proud of our birth, but the rest of us should be grateful that Bhakti Charmaj,
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my messages.
that he took birth so we can have his association. It's very kind of him. Okay, you want to say something?
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your birthday offering yesterday. The song was very nice, and we also appreciate your help and care, love for devotees in West Africa all the time. Hare Krishna.
Okay, and remember, Nityananda is Balaram, and Balaram's a farmer. He carries a plow. We need more farmers.
Yes, Maharaj.
We want to become self-sufficient in food. No devotee in West Africa has to go to the market.
Yes.
Grow their own.
Yes, Maharaj.
All right?
Yes, Maharaj.
Yeah, it's happening in a few places in the world. Devotees are doing that. The COVID helped a lot of places because the ones who had farms, it didn't affect them very much. The ones that had a lot of devotees living in the temple, they didn't have any problem with the deity worship or anything. Okay? Anyone else?
Yeah, Krishna Prabhu wants to ask you a question, Guru Maharaj.
Okay.
Hare Krishna Guru Maharaj.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say there may not be question because of the time limits forbidding this Swami to start his own lecture.
Yeah, only 1 minute. So just, that song, Nitai Pada Kamala, Koti Chandra Shusitala, H-I-I-I, Jagata Jura, Heno Nite Bine Bai, Radha Krishna Paite Nai. If you want to approach Radha and Krishna, you have to go through Lord Nityananda. That means Harinam Sankirtan. Follow the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. Please, everybody take that up. It's for everybody, old and new and young and children. everybody. So thank you all very much.
You still have about 5 minutes because the next speaker is going to start by 9:50. So it depends on what you want to do.
Well, now it's
9:45 here. Means that the next speaker will start by 9:50 minutes. There's 5 minutes gap between each speakers.
okay. So that the most famous song is this Nitai Pada Kamala, you know. So it's Prabhupada has a purport to it. You know, the sunshine is very, very hot during the day, but the moonshine is weird as far as right? Because light is usually hot. Light and heat go together, but the moonshine is very bright, but it's cooling. And he said the feet of Nityananda are cooling, not just like one moon, but millions of moons, Koti Chandra. So it means all the anxieties and all the fever of lust and anger and envy and greed, they all evaporate by the cooling feet of Lord Nityananda. We're really fortunate, like Raghunath Das Goswami, he got both feet on his head, both of Lord Nityananda's feet. Lord Nityananda did that a few times, benedicting people. He preached to everybody. Thieves and rogues took shelter of him and became great devotees. So if we want to enter the dancing party of Radha and Krishna, it's in this song twice. He mentions that we firmly catch hold of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. And if we have not established a relationship, same thing, we spoiled our human life. He's actually an animal. Because he never uttered the holy name of Nityananda, he's merged in so-called material happiness. What can his useless education and family tradition do to help him? Nowadays, education, get your degree, and many people found out they work so hard, they got an education, they get a degree, they can't get a job anyway. And someone else will quit school and starts an online business, doing anything and everything, or just life counseling or anything, they become rich. And we have the best counseling, we have the best thing to offer anybody. We just have to get out there and expose ourselves, utilize the internet to its full extent, get out in the streets, every way we can, distribute the books.
We have Sadi Prabhu wants to ask you a question.
Okay.
Sadi Prabhu, we have 3 minutes more.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you so much for the class on Sri Nityananda Prabhu. It is said that he is the, let me see here, sorry. It says his mood breaks the power of Kali Yuga. Does that mean that when we perform Harinam Sankirtan, we break the power of Kali Yuga?
Yeah, of course. At least when we're doing Harinam Sankirtan, whether chanting in the temple or we get free from the influence of Kali, at least while we're chanting. But then if we stop chanting and forget about chanting, the Kali may come back. But he leaves. He doesn't like the chanting. He's afraid. So we see that during the kirtan, everybody becomes happy. Everybody's, they don't remember this person insulted me 100 years ago, and this one is doing this and that. We're just happy in the kirtan, thinking of Krishna. But we have to, that's why I say chant all the time and don't forget. The last verse of this song says, the lotus feet of Nityananda are real, they're factual. Narottama is very unhappy, so I'm praying to Lord Nityananda to make me happy. Please keep me close to your lotus feet. So all of you, please pray for me that I can take shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. When Prabhupada gave the name to me, Kavi Chandra, He said Kavi Chandra was the great devotee of Nityananda. So I thought I have to do Sankirtan all the time.
Haribo.
Represent, but so please bless me that I can do that, be a real preacher, and actually inspire Africans to read books and grow their own food and all the things that your guru Bhakti Tirtha is so proud of it happening at one point. Okay? Hare
Thank you very
Krishna.
much.
Thank
Hare
you
Krishna,
very
Guru
much.
Maharaj. Thank you very much.
We'll tune into Damodar Moon's next. Huh?
Yeah, Maharaj is there already.
Please set my face. Glories to Prabhupada. You're looking younger and brighter every day. Wonderful. Isn't it? Everybody notice?
Okay, Hare Krishna Maharaj, you can start. Yeah.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Guru Maharaj.
I'll mute my mic.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, you're welcome, Maharaj. You can start your section, Maharaj. Thank you very much for coming.
Where should I stop?
9:35.
Where should I
sorry.
stop?
10:35. 10:35. 10:35.
10:35. Okay.
Yes, Maharaj.
Okay, thank you. I'm on Vishnu Hare Krishna Prasad. Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Nirvishesha Singhavadi Prasthata Sachin. Omagyan Tiranda Syag and Namasavakaya Chakramalitan Denatostan Sibavinama. Shri Chaitanya Manojishtan Sakisan Deramu. Swayam Rupa Kadavani Bela Tisva. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Adadala Siva Sari Gaura Bhaktis. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Ji. Nityananda Balaram Maha Mahotsava ki jai. Shri Nityananda Trayodasi ki jai. Nityananda Balaram ki jai. Isole Kavi Chandra Maharaj ki jai. Gaura Bhakta Vrila ki jai. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your nectar. Okay, so we want to share something about Nityananda Prabhu's marriage. This is not mostly discussed. So I want to say something about Nityananda from a Bhakti Ranakara, chapter 12. There is 3870 to 4015. It's long, many chapters put together. Adwaita, Srivas, and others began to discuss the possibility of Nityananda Prabhu's marriage. Krishna, as a fortunate son of Harihoda from Madagachi, had great respect for Nityananda and wanted to arrange for Nityananda's marriage. A Brahmana named Suryadas, who had earned the title of Sarakir by serving in the court of the Yavana king, lived at Saligrama near Navadip. He had 4 extremely virtuous brothers and 2 daughters named Vasudha Janani. Who were known for their duty and good disposition. Suryadas had requested the wise Brahmanas to search for good bridegrooms for his daughters, but they were unable to find suitable candidates. However, they suggested that they go to the village of Ekachakra in other days and meet Padoi Pandit. Padoi Pandit is the father of Lord Nityananda. He was very good man and the father of Nityananda, a high-spirited young boy, traveling as an Abadut. Nityananda had visited many holy places and was renowned as a great scholar. After visiting various places of pilgrimage, Nityananda had reached Nadia, where he had met Sri Gaurachandra and decided to give up his stick as an Abadutta. Not Nityananda Prabhu carries a stick. The stick is not like this. His own Sanyas Danda is different. His Sanyas Danda is not made of wood. The stick is actually iron. And that stick is made for a driving carry. The chase carry away. So now he wants to give it up and become a householder. The Brahmana explained that Nityananda was the favorite associate of Sri Krishna Chaitanya and those would be the most suitable husband for his daughters. He also told Suryadas that if he was able to have such a son-in-law as Nityananda Prabhu, then he should certainly thank Providence for his good fortune. Suryadas listened attentively, then returned home without uttering a word. With his mind filled with anticipation, Suryadas lay down and fell asleep. In his dream, he saw himself giving his two daughters to Nityananda in marriage. This happened in, it's called Ambika Kala. Ambika Kala. And nowadays, very beautiful. While the wise Brahmanas recited the marriage hymns, Suryadas dedicated his daughters to Nityananda as the demigods in heaven showered flowers on their heads. While looking at his son-in-law, he suddenly saw the extremely enchanting Lord Balaram in place of Nityananda. His complexion was like a silver mountain. His face was effulgent like the moon, and his body was adorned with brilliant ornaments. He then looked at his daughters, Vasu and Janaba, and saw there instead Varuna and Revati, the two wives of Lord Balaram, with complexions as bright as gold. They wore beautiful dresses and ornaments and sat on either side of Balaram. Suryadas was overwhelmed by this vision and began to weep. Suddenly, his dream faded away. In the morning, he went to the house of the Brahmana and bowed to his feet, saying, I agree to your proposal. Please don't delay. The happy Brahmana took 4 persons with him and started for Nadia, chanting the auspicious name of Durga and Ganesh. When they arrived at the house of Sevas, they found Nityananda looking like Cupid himself, sitting amongst Srivas and other associates. Feeling extremely fortunate, the Brahmana's eyes filled with tears. With great respect, Srivas inquired about the Brahmana's well-being. And the Brahmana replied, I have come from my house to speak privately with you. Srivas took him to a secluded place, and the Brahmana gladly revealed his mind, saying, I've heard that you are searching for a bride, Nityananda. So I brought with me the information of two girls who are the daughters of Siradas Pandit. I have searched everywhere, but have found none to compare to them. They are as beautiful as Goddess Lakshmi and are of good disposition. I think they will be suitable bride for Nityananda. Please come to my place and see the girls. Suryadas Sarkel, who belongs to a good family, has agreed to this marriage and doesn't want to delay any longer. Nityananda, beautiful. Now tell me, what is your opinion? Srivas Pandey repeats, today I must send Krishnadas to Bhagadakachi. But tomorrow they will go to your place and you can take Krishnadas to the house of Suryadas. Hearing this, the Brahmana happily hurried back to Suryadas' house in Saliklam. Meanwhile, Srivas Pandit informed Advaita about the marriage proposal. Nityananda overheard their discussion and smiled softly and meaningfully. Krishnadas, who was a very intelligent son of Raj, Harihoda, hastily went to Badagachi and immediately began preparing for the marriage. News of the wedding spread quickly, and everyone said, it will be a good one. It will be a good one. It will be a good one. Nityananda and his associate happily left Navadvip and started for Badagachi. As they approached the village, the residents of Badagachi rushed forward to welcome them. The Brahmanas and wise people of the village were filled with happiness to see the graceful features of Nityananda Prabhu. Meanwhile, in Saligram, which was not far from Badagachi, Suryadas told his younger brother, Krishnadas, I shall go to Badagachi first. You and the Brahmanas come behind me with these gifts. Suryadas hastily came to Badagachi and went to meet Nityananda. Overwhelmed with emotion, Suryadas burst into tears and fell on the ground and Nityananda put his feet. He held the feet of Nityananda in his two hands, but could not speak a word. Smiling brightly, Nityananda embraced the fortunate Suryadas. After meeting with all the Vaishnavas there, Suryadas fixed the date for Nityananda's Adivas. In his purport to Chaitanya Bhagavat Adi Lila 10, chapter verse 79, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur writes, the rituals in which the sandalwood pulp and flower garlands are offered the day before an auspicious ceremony is called Adivas. It's a ceremony, very, very elaborate ceremony, very elaborate ceremony for installing the deity of auspiciousness for every auspicious activity, like wedding, like Vyasa Puja. I saw in Mayapur elaborate Adiva ceremony for His Holiness Swami. And we should do for His Holiness Swami for his Vyasa Puja, a day before the ceremony. A deity of auspiciousness is installed to make everything auspicious, to make everything go perfectly well. So here we saw that Adiva ceremony is done for Lord Nityananda Prabhu's wedding. It should be done. It should be done for all enlightened. It should be done. Krishnadas Pandit came from his house along with the Brahmanas and many items for the ceremony. In the evening, we also used to do an Adiva ceremony for Navadip Vaikam to make it a successful program. Navadip Vaikam will do Adivas. Very gorgeous. Yes, I put so Adivas ceremony. Wedding ceremony Adivas. So auspicious ceremony. Krishnadas Pandit came from his house along with the Brahmanas and many items for the ceremony. In the evening, all the residents of Badagachi came, and at the auspicious time, Nityananda Prabhu sat in the middle of the respected Brahmanas and wise persons. The people watched happily as the Adivas took place, and auspicious music filled the air. Suryadasi, with the help of wise Brahmanas, joyfully performed the Adiva ceremony of his daughters. Suryadasi had previously seen the real identities of his daughters, yet, as a father, he became very emotional about his daughter's marriage. Carrying many items for the Adivas, the Brahmanas came from Badagachi to the house of Suryadas. That time, Adivas. At the time of Adivas, Vasudha and Janavi looked very sweet and elegant in beautiful dresses and ornaments. The Brahmanas began to cite hymns from the Vedas and bless the brides with auspicious items such as Danya Durva, it's a grass. Danya is a leaf, very auspicious leaf, Danya. And the girls met the sound of Uludwani. The Uludwani is not done by men, it's only done by women. Very auspicious. A propitious sound made by vibrating the tongue. After the completion of Adivas, the guests returned to their homes. That evening, Nityananda Prabhu left Badagachi and started for Saligram. Suryadas also happily returned to his house. Everyone who saw the extraordinary bridegroom Nityananda became enchanted by his beauty. Nityananda Prabhu happily entered the village of Salagram and came to the house of Suryadas. Year before last, we went to this place and we visited the house of Suryadas. We also went to the site where the wedding ceremony took place. Everything is still there. You can visit nowadays and experience all these wonderful places where auspicious activities were performed by these great personalities. Nityananda Prabhu happily entered the village of Saligrama and came to the house of Suryadas. The people who rushed forward to touch the Lord's feet were suddenly filled with devotion. From a hidden place, Sri Vasu and Janava observed the beauty of their husband to be with extreme pleasure. A great crowd began to congregate in the house of Suryadas, and the young girls decorated Vasu and Janava in beautiful dresses and ornaments. According to the custom procedures, Suryadas then offered his daughters to Nityananda. All the brahmanas and even the demigods were enchanted by the beauty of the brides and the bridegroom. The next day, the house was filled with joyous festivities as Suryadas humbly performed the various social customs, and Nityananda satisfied the desires of all the devotees. Satisfy all the desires of the devotee means he gave them gifts until you are satisfied. You'll be given a gift until you are satisfied. Until you say no. No, thank you. Okay, I'm satisfied. Yes. The Supreme Lord is doing wedding. What do you expect? You know the poor man, but this is the Supreme Lord doing wedding, but his eternal consort. Afterwards, Nityananda Prabhu and his two wives returned to Badagachi. Shriva's wife and all the ladies were admired. Shriva's wife and all the ladies there admired the beauty of the newlyweds. In Sri Gaura Ganadesh Dipika, it is said that Suryadas was the incarnation of Kakudmi, the father of the wives of Balaram. Kakudmi. This one you find in Kisago, in 10th canto Srimad Bhagavatam. Kakudmi. So Suryadas is Kakudmi. In Krishna Lila, Kakudmi. In Gaura Lila, Suryadas. His daughters were previously Sri Varuni and Sri Revati. According to some, Sri Vasuda Devi was formerly Kalavani, and Sri Janava Devi was Ananga Manjari, the younger sister of Srimati Radharani. Ananga Manjari is Lord Balaram in Sringara Rasa. Sringara Rasa, that is Balaram. And some speculation is there. You understand? Anangala. Ananga Manjari. Ananga Manjari is Lord Balaram in Sringara Rasa. Balaram he exists through the whole 5 rasas. The whole 5 rasas. Balaram exists in all. In Madhura Rasa, he is Ananga Manjari. The younger sister of Srimati Radha. The wise and also support this opinion. Thereafter, Nityananda Prabhu happily stayed in the village of Baragachi. The extraordinary qualities of the deliverer of mankind, Nityananda Prabhu, who was mad after Sri Gauranga, have been sung by many poets. After a few days, Nityananda Prabhu and his followers returned to Nadia. Sachimata and all the great devotees of Lord Gora Hari, together with their wives, were very happy to see Vasudha and Janavi. Following the order of Sachimata, Nityananda Prabhu visited Santipo and then Saptagrama. According to the desire of the devotees, Nityananda Prabhu then went to Kadaha, where he stayed with his wives in a beautiful house. Nityananda Prabhu spent some wonderful days, causing great joy to his followers by the performance of Sankirtan. Then again, he returned to Nadia to see Sachimata. While the wedding ceremony was going on, after the wedding ceremony, and the next thing is Prasada. That's the next thing, serving Prasad. And it was observed in the ecstasy of serving Prasada, Vasudha and they were serving with 4 hands, not 2 hands. Because the goddess of fortune, what is the big deal about the goddess of fortune? So this is normal. It's a normal thing. So this is the wedding of non-Nityananda Prabhu. How he got married to 2 wives at the same time. In the country named Radhadesh, in the village of Ekachakra, on the Shukla Trayodasi or the auspicious month of Magha, so Balaram in the house of Hadai Pandit as Nityananda. Joyful Hadai Pandit celebrated the festival of his son's birth. The earth trembled in ecstatic agitation. No one could contain the bliss. This is what Nityananda Prabhu came. Nitya Ananda. eternal bliss. Advaita Acharya, the Lord of Santipura, became joyful. In his heart, he knew that Krishna's elder brother Balarama had taken birth. Lord Advaita Acharya is an incarnation, it's an expansion, it's an incarnation, it's an expansion of Nityananda. They are the same person. Advaita Acharya, it's Mahavishnu and Lord Shiva together. So he knew, he could see Nityananda Prabhu has appeared because their entourage, Sri Krishna, Chaitanya, Prabhu, Nityananda, Sri Advaita, and then Gadadhara Pandit, Srivastava. Yeah, Panchatattva, the five truths. The heart of all the Vaishnavas became full of delight. Everyone floated in an ocean of bliss. So Balaram will soon deliver all the Dina and Pamara. Dina means the fallen Pamara. Distress and sinful sons. Distress and sinful persons. Dina and Pamara. Distressed and sinful sons, sinful persons, those speak for Krishna. Nityananda Prabhu came for the Dina and the Pamara. Those of us who are in distress and most sinful. That is his duty, to deliver the sinful. So he came with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Swami Kapshan was saying, delivering the keys, roads. You open the marketplace. Nityananda will open the marketplace. Everybody knows that when you open a shop, you have articles to sell. You have products. You have a goods to sell. Every shop there are goods to sell. So many provisions or hardwares or softwares or whatever. On the internet, you open the market. What is there to be sold? What does he say? Harinam. That is his good. That's the good he has come to sell. He caused the whole world to buy. Yes. He caused the whole world to buy the goods, qualified and not qualified. He gives freely. So it's about not a Quran is bargaining. My dear brother, my dear sisters, come. Let's go to the shop. It's another Prabhu shop. I'm a sales representative. Our charity that is sales representatives who go about to canvas for customers to come and buy the goods. Isn't it? That's all of you. Proper converse and got all of you to come and buy. How much money do you have to buy? How much money do we have to buy? Nityananda Prabhu sells his goods. Only one qualification, the only thing he used to sell his goods is what? Faith. You don't have to pay dollars. You don't need dollars. You don't need naira. You don't need anything, money. You don't need gold. You don't need silver. Not diamond. The only price you want is a little faith that his Lord, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is the supreme personality of Godhead. That's all the price. That's all the money you have to pay. In Nawadwi, in Bengal, bargain system is very serious business. Very, very serious. You know the common thing, very serious business. The bargain price. you know the small thing. The same thing. A rickshaw wallah can take you today to a destination where you want to go. And you have to enter into a serious bargain. Tomorrow you get the same person to the same distance. It's serious bargain. There's no end to bargain. The same distance, the same person, the same place. The bargain, you cannot say, oh, in a civilized country, you go, every price has a tag. The price is already written there. So you go to the shop and pick and pay the price which is there. In Bengali, there's no price tag. It is bargaining system. So Slabaki Notakura, he spoke about my brother, my sister, you come with me. I'll take you to the Nityananda shop. You buy a good, you pay my commission. You bargain for commission. Kusha Prabhu, you remember? Bargaining system. Very high. It's not Nityananda who is bargaining. He doesn't bargain, but the person who will take you to go to the shop to buy, you have to
Yes, Maharaj.
serious bargain.
I remember. It's a serious business.
You remember?
Yes, Maharaj.
The same place, the same person, the same distance, but not the same price. You can pay 1,000 to this. To the same place, you can pay 500. You can pay $100 to same. You can pay 20 rupees for the same place. Again. So, but you not to call it writing the bargain system. You come, I'll take you to the marketplace. You go to the shop, but you have to bargain. After you purchase the good, you bargain. This Nityananda Prabhu. His good is very, 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 very expensive, but not paper. Not temporary thing. Faith is not a temporary thing. Faith is not temporal. His price is very, very high. Therefore, not everybody can purchase it, even though it is common, it is available. You open the shop for everybody to buy, but not everybody has the price to pay. Because not everybody has the faith to buy that. But still, Nityananda Prabhu is ready to give. Even without faith, Nityananda Prabhu is ready to give. Yes. Although he's ready to give, whoever comes, he's ready to give. But if you purchase a good, you have no faith, you cannot also use it. Use a good. Therefore, we say, do not give the holy name to those who have no faith. Because it is very important. Faith is very important. If you don't have the faith, you cannot change them. You can't change the name if you don't have faith. So although it is there, but you have to pay the price. In Chita Chatamrita, Lord Nityananda Prabhu traveling with Sri Chaitanya and all the blessed devotees associates. After Lord Chaitanya took sannyas, Nityananda Prabhu was looking at him. He had the supreme personality of God, and he had behaving like a person, carrying the danda. Yes, you have taken sannyas, that's okay. Why all these formalities? It's not necessary. So he took the danda from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and were traveling, and they came to going to Jagannath Puri. They come to this holy place, just it's 20 kilometers away from Jagannath Puri. And a very nice river. So Nityananda Prabhu, he took the danda, broke it into 3 pieces and threw it at the water. And then, after some time, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, my dear brother, where is my danda? Lord Nityananda Prabhu said, oh, yeah, danda? Yeah, danda, you know when you were dancing. Yes, when you were dancing ecstatically and you fell in ecstasy. I was holding the danda with me. When you fell on my body, who can sustain your weight? Who can sustain your weight? Your weight is like the universe, or the universe itself. That is your weight. So when you fell on me, what should I do? First you fell. And two first fell on the danda. And that is how the danda flow. You see? Since I cannot contain my weight, I will danda also contain it. I was fortunate that I would not cross. I will not cross by your weight. This is what happened, my Lord. You believe me? If you believe me, then you forgive me. If you don't believe me, give me any punishment. No problem. I don't care. There's no problem. No problem. If you believe me, it's okay. If you don't believe me, any punishment you give to me, I will not be disturbed. I will happily accept it. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so Nityananda. This danda, it contains the whole demigod inside, the whole Vishnu is inside. This is my word. And you broke it. Okay. All of you should either go to Jagannath Puri or not go with all of you. You can go. Or you will stay back, I will go alone. I don't want to go with you because my only property, you took it away. You cannot even keep the only property you have in life. Then I will drop. I will drop. That is the only thing I have. You took it away. You are telling me stories. So in this way, non-Nityananda Prabhu, they have a dude perform his passage for the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And in our do, they have kirtan every day, just like they also did in Jagannath Puri. Jagannath Puri, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has kirtan every day. That is every day. Kirtan every day. Now do kirtan every day at every ghat at the Jamuna, the Ganga. Nityananda Prabhu, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Advaitacharya, Srivas Pandit, Gadadhara Pandit, all of them with other associates, Murari Gupta, to have kirtan. Who can understand? They bleed, they inundated the whole city with the holy name. That is their duty in the case to show. And what is done there? When Kali saw, she saw that his life is in danger. Kali ran away and gave chance for Kirta. This is not Nityananda. His duty is to drive away Kali and those who have taken shelter. Asatiri setukori moni ditai pada pasuri ya. Asatiri setukori moni. Instead of taking shelter alone, shelter alone is eternal. It's eternal. It's eternal. We simply giving up the shelter alone to take shelter of all those temporal things. Every temporal thing which will soon perish for the time. So those are very fortunate. They would perform congregational chant or the kirtan of the holy name. An individual time to celebrate the only property internet was to the home. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you very much, Maharaj, for your time.
I'm on time.
I don't know, maybe anybody else, any question? You can. We have only 5 minutes for that. Please.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah,
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much, Maharaj. We are grateful for your delivery, for all this nectar. But I also wanted to thank His Holiness Kavichandra Maharaj for such a wonderful presentation. It is our great fortune to hear the glories of Lord Nityananda from the mouths of such great devotees of Lord Nityananda. So thank you for blessing the day. Thank you very much, Maharaj, for this wonderful delivery.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Thank you very much. Your presence make it happen. It's your presence.
Lord Nityananda's presence
making
can't
it
be a word.
Nityananda's presence is meaningful by his associates, like you, and like Avishamaras and all other Swamis, all the devotees present.
Okay,
there is one question from here.
Sadi Prabhu, have a question.
Okay, and there's one from here also.
Okay.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Yes, Sadi Prabhu.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for your wonderful class as usual. My question has to do with Lord Nityananda being addressed as Avadut. I was thinking that Avadutas have nothing to do with household life, but Lord Nityananda also had a wife and children. So how is he still called Avadut? Hare Krishna.
Yes, he is Avadutya. It's Avaduta. He can do anything. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, because one Brahmana came to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was very disturbed. He told Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, how is this man Avaduta? How is this man Avaduta? Instead of him to carry a danda, which is normal danda, every sannyasis food he carries, his own danda is iron rod. Why is that? How is that Avaduta? Eh? And look at him. He goes, he's Avaduta, he will go to yoga and say, hey, I want to marry you. How is that Avaduta? Yeah? How is that? Look at the way he dressed. Look at the way he dressed. Gold ornament, diamonds, lapis lazulis, emeralds. In fact, I don't understand. I don't understand. How can you say this is about? Huh? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he told the Brahmana, my dear Brahmana, let me tell you, this personality I see is a supreme personality of God. Does he have to follow their rules and regulations? Is the ordinary person in here, even in the material world, the director has to come to work 8 o'clock and close 5 o'clock, like and take break 1 hour, like other workers. The director has that. So what do you expect the Supreme Personality of Godhead to be? He is fully independent. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he took sannyas, and there's so many restrictions. He cannot preach to a certain class of people. Nityananda Prabhu, he came to deliver the word. Therefore, he took the form of Apadut. Why? He can go to even a liquor shop, he can go to hotel, prostitute house, and preach to them and deliver them. That is his costless mercy. That is the mercy. He has gone to that extent. That is Nityananda Prabhu.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Bhakti Maharaj is here. I think his time is up, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. You can answer after. I'll answer you later.
Bhakti Maharaj, please unmute yourself. Your time is starting now, Maharaj. Bhakti Maharaj, you're welcome. Please. Maharaj is trying to connect to his voice. Maharaj? Yes, Maharaj, you can on your mic. We are waiting for you to hear from you, Maharaj. You're welcome, Maharaj. Please unmute yourself, Maharaj. You are welcome.
Yeah, okay?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you now, Maharaj. You're welcome, Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutala Semat Bhakti Teta Swami Nityananda. Namaste Krishna Praya Prabhupada. Asapanis Gaura Karun Chakra Bhakti Teta Swami Nityananda. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Semati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Nityananda. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gaura Bhani Pacharine Maybe Sis Sonya Bhadi Pachata Disatara. Vanchakalpataribhya cha kripa sundubhya eva cha patitanam pavanabhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namo. Namo namo. Okay. Let's get started. I'm sorry. I'm in a very bad shape today. So you can hear about, you can see that, perceive that my chest is congested with mucus. So it's difficult to say if I'm not going to repeat what others have said, because you know my head couldn't allow me to really come up right from the beginning. So please pardon me. So today is a very special day, a day to beg for mercy, a day to crave, a day to cry for mercy, genuinely cry for mercy. Because Lord Nityananda is the personification and embodiment of mercy. So Lord Nityananda basically was born he took birth in a very pious family in Radidesh, specifically in Ekachakra, and was murdered by Padmawati and Hadai Pandit. So it is, let me start with from the pregnancy first. I was reading one of these famous writers' works, one of Papa's disciples, Stephen Nunn. So he was sharing how, in one of his books, he was sharing how during the pregnancy of Nityananda, a guest, a sage, actually visited Hadai Pandit's home. And this sage was actually, this was not the morning disguised as a sage. So when he came in, his Padmawati's, he noticed Padmawati's pregnancy, and he repeatedly was mentioning, "Oh, this is the womb, this is the womb, this is the womb." So later on, it so happened that Nityananda eventually took birth. And this very sage also mentioned that Padmawati was carrying Nityananda, and Nityananda was no other person than Lord Ramachandra, Lord Balaram. And that Padmawati was an incarnation of Rohini. Remember, Rohini was the mother of Balaram. And so that is a very good introductory episode. And when this child was born, at some point in time, Lakshman Party Theatre visited. This is documented in the Chaitanya Bhagavad. Lakshman Party visited the home of Hadai Pandit and Padmawati. And as he was to leave, he pleaded for some, he begged for, sometimes you find a sage, a sadhu come to your home, and then we are very eager. We say, "How can I serve you? What can I do to help you? How can I serve you?" So Lakshmi Party said, Can you give your boy to me to go with me?" Hadai Pandit was devastated. And it so happened that Hadai didn't want to give a bad impression on the boy, because you are such a great devotee, and a sadhu come to a place to beg for
some, for some gift, something. And then one of the exceptional qualities of the great devotees is that they never refuse a plea. So in order to protect his devotional reputation and to also give the boy a positive impression. If he says no, he's so attached to this boy. And if he says no, what will be the impression on the boy? It will not going to be, it will not be a good impression. And therefore, Hadai Pandit considered all of this. And he released Nityananda with a lot of hesitance. Traditionally, the things we love most, or a person we love most in our lives, we don't want to give them, we don't want to give him away. And so, being in a position to be able to create an impression on his own son that he is someone that could be counted on in terms of charitable disposition. Remember, Lord Krishna mentions that charity purifies even the liberated souls. But to give charity, to give your child out, and you're damn sure that you may not get him back. That's not a joke. So Hadai Pandit released the boy, and Nityananda walked away with Lakshmipati Theatre without any sense of, perceived attachment to his noble family, his noble parents. So even the Lord, it demonstrates that sense of detachment. And even the Lord parents, they demonstrate that sense of detachment, that what is most even dear to us could be taken away. It's mentioned, I was reading this again just recently about Nityananda. And this very Lakshmipati Theatre, when he was really like in his old age, he was in a very deep and intensive meditation. He was involved in nocturnal bhajans. I mean, nocturnal bhajan means night bhajans. He won't even sleep. So one day he was embarking on this nocturnal bhajan. And he dozed off. And what were his prayers, his prominent prayers, Lakshmipati's prominent prayers? He was praying to Balaram. He said, be merciful to me, be kind to me. I am completely falling, and I'm falling and wicked, but be merciful to me. So when he was in this type of intense rapport with the holy name, and he was making these fervent prayers, so he fell asleep. He fell off. As he fell off asleep, Lord Nityananda appeared to him in the form of Balaram. And in his dialogue with him, he said, you've been petitioning me. Rest assured, a Brahman Avaduta has arrived, and you will meet him very soon. And that Brahman Avaduta is Lord Nityananda himself. So he woke up from the dream, and when he woke up from the dream, he was completely overwhelmed with spiritual joy. So, in a short while, Nityananda appeared before him. And then they had some discussions. But then, in a short while, he fell asleep again. And in the dream, the Lord appeared to him again. And he said, you will be responsible for delivering the mantra dikshas to this Avadut Brahmana. And that means to Lord Nityananda himself. So Lakshmi Party accepted. And that was such a powerful dream. And the Avadut mindset of Nityananda was such that even in the dream, he demonstrated that. And Lakshmi Party couldn't really remove his eyes from him. His attraction was so intense. And so he developed that type of attraction so intensely, which was sustainable. And basically, that created a very powerful relationship with the Lord. And so this dream basically helps us to understand the very intensity of Lakshmi Party Theatre's bhajans. And so sometimes we find that a devotee becomes so much intense in the bhajan, and the Lord personally ministers a message to him through dreams, or appears to him through dreams. So yeah, this is just also to confirm the point that one can see the Lord, but we only need the qualification of that intense devotion to be able to get the mercy of the Lord. At the same time, the devotee does not really aspire to see the Lord. But
All right, please unmute yourself. Your mic is off. Maharaj, please unmute yourself. Your mic is off. Hello, Maharaj. Hare Krishna, Maharaj, your mic is off.
Oh, gosh. So you've not been hearing me all the while?
Just for a few minutes, 1 minute, I think.
Oh, well, let me check. Oh, no. Oh, somebody was calling and then he just cut it off. Sorry about that. So what I was mentioning, maybe that is the side that was cut off. I mentioned how Lakshmi Party Theatre developed such an intense attachment for the Lord. And his devotion invoked the Lord, which basically confirms Bhaktisiddhanta's statement that the devotee works so hard. He serves or she serves so intensely that the Lord delivers his presence before the devotee. So Lord Nityananda, I'm sure you have heard how he's more merciful than even Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And let me quickly mention some things about his very special feature of being a theater artist. Lord Nityananda, from in his early childhood or in his early age, he played around with other fellow kids, but their whole play was basically not anything mundane. He initiated theatrical performance, transcendental theatrical performance. For instance, him and his friends, they played the role of the demigods going to seek for or to petition the Lord, to petition the Lord to appear because of the burden of the earth from the atrocious activities of the demons. So they went to the river. I went to the bank of the river, and one of the boys was hiding behind a big stone. And so they were petitioning the Lord to come because the earth is very much burdened by sinful reactions from the demons' activities. And the person who was playing the role of Vishnu was hiding. He said, "I will appear in Mathura, so you don't worry." He said, "So you don't worry. I will appear in Mathura to be able to rectify the situations." And not only that, he was very expert in dramatizing the pastimes of Lord Ramachandra. Himself and the boys, they made some artificial bridge, enacting the pastime of Lord Ram, using stones to create a bridge across the river to Lanka, across the ocean to Lanka. So in that way, Lord Nityananda was so much involved, was inwardly involved on his own pastimes. So the people around, they were wondering, what is going on? How did he get, in fact, one lady one day asked him that, "Where did you get all these ideas? You're just a small boy. So who taught you all this? You were not there. Who taught you all this?" So he told in his response, he said that, "These are my own very pastimes, and I'm enacting them so that you can see it and benefit from it." So the people who were around, they burst out into laughter. So Lord Nityananda was very expert in drama performance. So sometimes, we take the drama that is very much predominant in our society as something to be not to be serious about. But no, the very idea of this theater arts, even in our movement, originated from Lord Nityananda. He was very expert. And the point is that when a scenario is played out in the form of a drama, you hardly forget the story. You may read a story and you could easily forget the story. But if it's acted out in a drama, it becomes it sticks to your consciousness, it sticks to your memory. And that is one of the reasons why being part of a dramatic performance is not only purifying, but it enables you to have a better cognitive ability to remember what you have read and the episodes that have taken place in a particular literature. So because we are working on time, I will also like to mention about some things, because I saw on the WhatsApp list, some at Akusa posted the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda, the auspicious marks on his lotus feet. So I would like to go through those auspicious marks and share with us why we are the benefits of taking shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet. What is the content, or what is the embodiment of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda? I remember just recently in Vrindavan, who went to meet some Ayurvedic doctor for some of my treatment. And I saw some things on my palm, some black spot. So I'm not a palmist. I'm not a mystic. So I said, what is this? What is this? Why is this place black? He just looked at me and laughed and said, I should not worry about it. I should not worry about it. That it's a good sign. So just like we have markings on our palms, the palmist, those who did palmistry, they look at your palm and they tell you everything about your future, So the Lord also has some markings on his palms. But I'm not going to go into the markings on the palm today. I'm going to quickly rush through, or, rudimentarily go through the markings on his soul, on Nityananda's soul. First, he has the mark of a conch or shankar. And this auspicious mark indicates that those who take shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda are always rescued from all types of inebriaties, all types of dangers, all types of distress. And imagine if someone is the embodiment of mercy, is the embodiment of love. If you take shelter of his lotus feet, where will the distress come? And so the conch basically signifies or indicates that those Lord Nityananda's devotees who have taken shelter of his lotus feet are emancipated from all types of distress, or they are protected from distress. Just as during the Aarti, the conch is to hold water that is offered directly after the fire of the ghee. Similarly, Lord Nityananda's lotus feet hold transcendental water that suits his devotees. From the blazing fire of samsara, material existence. Also, this symbol proclaims ultimate victory. The conch, before when there is a battlefield, or before the battlefield, conch is blown. Like we had that experience on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. So the conch on his soul symbolizes a promise of victory for those who take shelter of his lotus feet. And then there's a flag. The flag indicates that for the devotees meditating on his lotus feet, they get security and safety from all sorts of fear. Abaya. You know, when there is a war, any city that is conquered, you know, the conquerors, they pin their flag. They pin their flag. This is on our care. So the flag on the soul of Balaram, on the soul of Nityananda, basically implies that one who is taking shelter of the lotus feet of Balaram becomes a property of Balaram. And he pins his presence in your consciousness. The picture. This man shows that Nitai's feet hold the golden pitcher for purely nectarian ambrosia to be freely distributed. And we see in the case of Jagai and Madai, he was so persistent in the salvation of Jagai and Madai that he had to beg Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to spare them, although he was hurt very badly. He was injured. That is an assault occasioning harm. It's not just a sin, it's an assault occasioning harm. So, that's not something to play about. So the picture basically implies that the feet of the golden feet of Lord Nityananda is there to give us the ambrosial nectar. You know, peach used to put some liquid substances. So we want some spiritual nectar, spiritual ambrosia. Take feet of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. And by his very merciful glance, by his silent glance, we can rest assured that this life and this one lifetime will be the end, will be the very final phase of living in the material world. The disc. There's also a disc on his feet. Chakra. Chakra is for, cutting people. Chakra is a weapon. So this mark cuts down the 6 enemies of the devotee: lust, anger, greed, illusion, envy, and bewilderment. So these markings are very auspicious signs, and these are the very essence of the rationale to take shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. There is also fish on his soul, fish, F-I-S-H. This mark shows that just as a fish cannot live without water, similarly, the surrendered Nityananda devotees cannot live a moment without directly associating with his lotus feet. I mean, a typical case is the example of Lakshmipati Tirtha. Lakshmipati Tirtha was so glued under Nityananda because of that intense attachment resulting from intense devotion from his bhajans. It also shows that all the most cherished desires and longings of those who resort to Lord Nityananda's lotus feet are fulfilled. We have so many cherished plans, cherished desires. You want those desires to be fulfilled? Take shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet. It also means that the mind is very fickle. Just like a fish, You know, a fish is very fickle in the water. You know, you can't catch a fish in the water. So the fish is very fickle, and the symbol signifies that although the mind is very fickle, if one takes shelter like a fish, if one takes shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet, he or she will be bestowed with the blessings of sobriety. So meditation, these symbols themselves, they are very good ways to be able to meditate. They are very good objects of meditation. Instead of thinking of so many things, you can just be thinking about these symbols on the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. And the mind becomes focused. There is also the sky. This mark indicates that his feet are all pervading throughout the entire cosmic manifestation, both within and without. And so the Lord is unlimited, and therefore his lotus feet is also unlimited. And therefore, wherever we may be, if we could just have a meditation on his lotus feet, we could be rest assured that all of the unnecessary attachments we have could be pulverized or grounded to powder. There is umbrella. Umbrella is very easy to understand. Umbrella is to shelter the individual from the sun and from the rain. Excessive sun, nobody wants excessive sun and excessive rain. So Lord Nityananda's feet, the umbrella in Lord Nityananda's feet makes the provision for shelter from the harsh effects of material nature. That's a cow hoof. You know, this mark signifies that for those who have taken shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet, uninterrupted meditation on worldly existence is far away completely from their very existence. The hoof print, the cow's hoof print, for instance, has just small amount of water. But one who takes shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet, crossing the ocean of material existence becomes like, it's like the Bible mentioned, becomes so easy, like crossing, just stepping over a cow hoof. Each time you have a cow hoof, a hoof print, the water there is very insignificant compared to the ocean, Atlantic Ocean or Indian Ocean or whatever ocean. And so taking shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet helps to minimize our so much expected hard labor, even in devotional service. And therefore, for those who have taken shelter, the devotees of Lord Nityananda, it becomes easy for them to cross over the ocean of material existence. There's a lotus. And lotus increases the greed for nectar in the minds of the bee-like devotees of Lord Nityananda. So do we want the greed for nectar? And greed basically implies that we got what we needed to move ahead with, and we don't just keep it. We are collecting the nectar and giving it out to others. Greed in the material world means I get this stuff for myself. So taking shelter of Lord Nityananda's lotus feet enables us to become greedy for the nectar. The nectar that is emanating from the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda is immeasurable. Who could understand the mercy of Lord Nityananda Prabhu? It is only himself and Lord Chaitanya Prabhu who could understand that very intense love and exceptional value, devotional based value that is meant to help extricate or pull out people from the prison of material existence without any cost. Lord Chaitanya will demand that, Lord Krishna will demand that you surrender unto me. But with Lord Nityananda, even when Lord Chaitanya wanted to invoke the chakra to deal with Jagai Madai, he begged them. He begged him that, the people in this age, they are just all like this. So he really had appeared for us, the greatest souls. So let's take shelter of the lotus-like feet of Lord Nityananda. And today is a very exceptional day to beg for this Lord Nityananda's mercy from the devotees of Lord Nityananda himself and from all those around us. So we have a chance to be able to see how we are making hay while the sun shines. There's the rose apple, and this mark indicates that his feet are the only worshipable objects for all humanity. And for those who execute this order, he comes to the rescue. If there are so many entities that we want to worship, we may want to worship there are so many entities. The demigods alone, there's so many. But if we just resort our time solely for executing the orders of Lord Nityananda, which is following in his footsteps of distributing the mercy of Lord Chaitanya Prabhu without any discrimination. There's a thunderbolt. This mark reveals the meditation on Nitya's feet smashes the karmic reactions of one's existence, of millions and millions of past existence. Therefore, the appearance of Lord Nityananda is something that is beneficial to all of us. This club shows that Nitya's feet are capable of chastising the elephant of sinful lust. It further indicates that for those who take shelter of his lotus feet, all the ancestors will also receive benedictions. The bow mark reveals that those who take shelter of Nitya's lotus feet will perpetually be freed from all worries and difficulties. Whereas those who come to the ultimate goal of his feet remain there and never go back to the material world. That's why this is the promise of Lord Krishna, coming to the spiritual world. One never comes back here. And Lord Nityananda is is a facilitator of that very process of getting out from this very material existence. We have also flower. The flower, Mark shows, the divine fame of Lord Nitai's feet spread everywhere, just like the fragrance of a flower. And we never knew about Lord Nityananda Prabhu. So, but then the fragrance of his presence spread all over the tree walls. And for us, it's by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. And therefore, we should be grateful to Srila Prabhupada. The God. This mark indicates that meditation on Nitai's feet brings the elephants. You know, elephant God is used in controlling elephants. So meditation on his lotus feet facilitates the control of the mind. The mind is like an elephant, uncontrollable, a mad elephant. So it is Lord Nitai's mercy that we can be blessed with that exceptional quality of being able to make the mind our friend. There is altar also on his feet. Kavi, how much time more do I have?
You have 5 minutes, Maharaj.
Huh?
Just 5 minutes more, Maharaj.
Okay. It's good I asked. So there are other marks like the creeper. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you. Yes, Maharaj, okay. I'm hearing you.
Someone just mentioned I should put on the map. So there is also the creeper, the plow, the half moon. So in this way, Nitai's lotus feet, his soul is decorated with amazing symbols, powerful symbols that embodies that very potency of his to be able to free the conditioned souls like Jagai Madai. And we are in that category. We are like Jagai Madai. We are worse than perhaps Jagai Madai. But nevertheless, Nitai is there to help us to pave through. Now, one may ask, where did you get all this information? These are excerpts taken from the book Radha Krishna Nectar. Any comments or questions? And it's published. It's published. The person who wrote that, the person who compiled that book is Kusakrata. Yeah, published by Nectar Books, Union City in Georgia, US. Yeah. So, any comments or questions before I take a leave?
Yeah, please. If anybody has a question, please you can quickly ask Maharaj. It's 3 minutes more, and it's only about Charodeswar Maharaj. We take from there. Okay, Sadi Prabhu, please unmute yourself. Sadi Prabhu, you have 3 minutes. Use one second to ask your Maharaj. Use 2 minutes to answer you.
Hare Krishna, Bhakti Maharaj Ki Jai. Oh God, a little sweet Maharaj. I cannot turn on my camera, but Maharaj, I understand.
Can you put on the camera so that I see body language?
Okay, I'll do that briefly. Okay,
thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I understand when Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda were both physically on the planet, they each had disciples. And they each had their own various disciples, followers. Okay. So the way you described the symbols of the lotus soul of Lord Nityananda, it It makes it so beautiful. My question is, how do I become Lord Nityananda's Bhakta, Lord Nityananda's devotee? Because I would love to be his devotee as opposed to Lord Chaitanya.
Yeah, our movement, we are followers of Lord Nityananda. So if you are able to execute the orders of your spiritual master, and automatically you are Lord Nityananda's favorite. Because Lord Nityananda is the ultimate spiritual master. So if you're able to please, your guru, then rest assured that Lord Nityananda is you have become a favorite of Lord Nityananda. Okay.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. We are very grateful for your time, and
thank you.
Please take good care of your health, since you said that you are not feeling so well.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much, Maharaj.
You're welcome. Happy Nityananda Trayodasi to all of you.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. Thank you. So, it's only about the Sharodeshna Swami Maharaj. Please, you can take the floor, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Do you hear me? Hare Krishna.
We can hear you, Maharaj. We are hearing you, Maharaj. Yeah.
Yes, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Titra Swami Nami Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Satmane Shigaur Karuna Sakti Bhakti Namine Namaho Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saravas Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvese Sasunyavadi Patsaritarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sari Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna everyone. All glories to His Holiness Kavichandra Swami Maharaj. Holy glories to His Holiness Bhakti Damodar Maharaj. All glories to His Holiness Bhakti Vasudev Maharaj. All glories to His Grace Srivadas Vanachari. All glory to the assembled of devotees. I wish to all of you a very blissful and happy Sri Nityananda Trayodasi. Hare Krishna. So the Maharajas have spoken a lot of nectar about Lord Nityananda. Just gonna add some little thing. Yes, today is the most auspicious day, Nityananda Trayodasi, the appearance of Lord Nityananda. Of course, Lord Nityananda is one of the Panchatattva. Yeah, and there is we all know that it's a very, very big mission that his birthplace is Ekachakra. No, Radhadesh, Ekachakra, in the village, small village in West Bengal. That's why there is a song. Actually, I've been in India many times. I've attended many parikramas, but the parikrama in the village of Lord Nityananda, Ekachakra, still remains in my mind. Was so blissful. And there is one song, nice song, I remember, is Nityananda Rama, Nityananda Rama, Nityananda Rama, Ekachakagram. Very nice song. And I still remember this song. I think 10 years ago. And his father was Adai Puja, and his mother Padmavati. Both of them were pious brahmanas from Mithila. Yeah. So Lord Nityananda is, of course, in Krishna's pastime, Krishna Lila. We have Krishna, we have Balaram. Then Gora Lila, we have Gauranga Prabhu and Lord Nityananda. Yeah. So the identity of Lord Nityananda is that he's just Lord Balaram incarnated in Gora Lila. And in Krishna Lila, the two wives of Balaram, they reincarnated also as the two wives of Lord Nityananda, Vasuda, and Janava. Yeah. So Lord Nityananda has two wives, Srimati Vasuda Devi and Mother Janavi Devi. Yes. So they there were two daughters of Suryadas. Suryadas is the brother of Gauridas Pandit, which is a very intimate associate of Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Nityananda has two sons, one boy, Virabhadra, and the Kadank is an incarnation of Paramatma, and Ganga Devi, which is the expansion of Ganga itself. Yeah. So Lord Nityananda is very, very important in our Krishna consciousness, in our devotional service, in the sense that he represents the Guru Tattva. Yeah, generally, the spiritual master is always considered to be either a very confidential associate of Srimati Radharani or the manifestation of the representative of Sri Nityananda. So when you want to have a mercy of Srimati Radharani or Sri Nityananda Prabhu, then you must go to the spiritual master. Very important. So Lord Nityananda plays a role as the guru of the beginning of all spiritual knowledge. Yeah, you can say that Lord Nityananda is even greater than Lord Balaram because he distributes prema. You know, Krishna, when Krishna came, he has so many conditions to go to Goloka Vrindavan, so many conditions for regulative principle, need to have pure bhakti like that. The Lord Chaitanya Prabhu and Nityananda, when they came, just give free bhakti, free love. The Lord Nityananda is considered to be even more merciful than Lord Balaram in this incarnation because he was distributing freely prema bhakti. And the foundation, as I said, Lord Nityananda, the devotees in ISKCON, they cannot make any progress without the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Yeah. If you want to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, first must get, if you want to get the mercy of Lord Gauranga, first must get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And how to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, mention many things in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, that those who are very attracted to Gora Lila, yes, if you have so much interest in Gora Lila, the pastime of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then you can quickly get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Yeah. Those who can serve Lord Gauranga is aboard Sri Mayapur and the servant of Lord Gauranga. Yes. So if you want to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, it must have a great attraction to Gora Lila. Must try to serve Gauranga Mahaprabhu himself. Must try to serve the abode of Gauranga, which is Sri Mayapur Dham. That's why every year the devotees from all over the world they go to India, especially Vrindavan. Mayapur, to do the parikram, Navar parikram. Very, very auspicious. Very, very auspicious. By doing that, we are trying to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Also, we must serve the servant of Gauranga. Yeah. And above all, we also try to, if we want to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, then we must every day try to call out, Gora, 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 Goranga, 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 like that. This is very, very pleasing to Lord Nityananda by calling out Goranga, 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 Goranga. Yeah, so Lord Nityananda is very, very, very merciful. We remember, as Maharaj has already mentioned, even when they came during the past time, the Jagai Madai story, that Lord Chaitanya Prabhu was wanted to invoke his chakra to kill them. But Lord Nityananda appeased. No, 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 this is not the time. So it's very, very merciful, very, very merciful to devotees. Those who have attraction to Guru Lila, who have attraction to Mayapur Dham, they can quickly get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Yeah. So the you can also see the beauty. Lord Nityananda is very, very beautiful. His body is bright, golden complexion, and that radiates like the red sun. His body is soft like a puppet made of cream. Cream. No, cream is very, very soft. So the body of Lord Nityananda is very soft like a puppet made of cream. Very, 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 very soft. He has long, long, long arms that touches his knees. He has blue, is blue dhoti, because he wears blue garments, is blue dhoti, and turban adorning his tall body. He looks like an avaduta. He's said that Lord Nityananda was very, 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 very tall. And the splendor of his teeth defeats perils. And his sparkling eyes are red and very large. He has lotus eyes. Yes. His teeth defeats perils, beautiful teeth. And his eyes are red, very, very large. The Lord Nityananda, as I mentioned, he appeared in Radhadesh, the village called Ekachakra Dam, West Bengal. And as a child, he used to play the sport of like Krishna played in the Krishna Lila with his friends. He would choose a particular type of sport and then teach his friends how to play the different roles. As Bhaktivinoda Maharaj mentioned, he liked to make a lot of drama. Yeah. So, although he was very loved by his parents, Adai Pandit and Mother Padmavati, Sri Nityananda left home very, very young. At the age of 12, a sannyasi came to the house and took Lord Nityananda to teach him how to love Krishna. That gave a great pain, very great pain to Adai Pandit, who left the body soon after that because of intense separation. Yeah, remember the story? It's always like that. When Krishna and Balaram they came for the Leela, the Guru Vishwamitra, Ramachandra, and then Lakshman. Yeah, when they were doing the Leela, Vishwamitra came to take Lord Ram to the forest. And Dattarat, the father of Lord Ram, was not very happy, but he has to accept. But when Lord Ram left for the forest, he felt a great pain out of separation. So the same thing also happened when Lord Nityananda was having 12 years old. A sannyasi came to the house and took him on pilgrimage. That gave great pain to the father, Adai Pandit, and left the body soon after that. Yeah. So the Lord Nityananda has many pastime, many pastime. Sometimes he will jump in a pool of crocodile. The fearless and carefree Nityananda will sometimes jump in the crocodile-infested monsoon flood waters of Ganga. Adopting the mood of Lord Anathasesa, the Lord felt completely at home in the waters of Ganga. Lord Nityananda will swim about in the waters, floating, laughing, and splashing. The devotees on the banks would hold their breath in anxiety. At times, due to ecstasy, to ecstatic love of Krishna, Lord Nityananda will enter an unconscious trance for 3 or 4 days. Yeah. So it was described also in the Chaitanya Bhagavat that the meeting between Lord Nityananda and Chaitanya Prabhu. I think Abhishek Maharaj already mentioned that. Very interesting that Lord Nityananda met Lord Chaitanya in the year 1506 when he was having 32 years. Okay. And at that time also, Lord Chaitanya Prabhu was having 20 years old. So when he reached Nadia, he was hiding himself in the house, certain house. So Lord Gauranga sent Aridasta Thakur and Srivas Pandit to go and look for him, but they couldn't find him. So Lord Chaitanya Prabhu has to go by himself, and when they met, it was a very great ecstasy for both of them. And we mentioned that Lord Nityananda has two wives. That one is very, very prominent. Last one is Janava. When Lord Nityananda left the planet, his wife remained. So she became a very powerful guru. She was during some speech of discussion. When there is some confusion, will come and clear the issue. So she was known as a very great pandit. She was giving initiation to many advanced devotees. So Lord Nityananda's wife, Ma Janava, she embodied the mood of the husband, preaching mood. But when the husband left, she also developed her own mood. Yeah. So there was one story that one day she went to attend a class to one big pandit, and during the class she was at the same time she was listening to the class, and at the same time she was chanting Maha Mantra. So the person who was giving the class got confused, got annoyed, and he started insulting the Mahajanava. Who do you think you are? You come and sit in my class and pretending to be an advanced devotee. How can you at the same time listen to your class and at the same time chant Maha Mantra? You miss both. You cannot listen to the class. You can also get the mercy of the Maha Mantra. But she humbly said, I'm sorry, my dear, but I have so much attraction, so much love for the Maha Mantra that my mouth cannot just keep closed for a minute for the Maha Mantra. And the remainder of the rest of the story that that person, that devotee, he got affected by a serious disease, leprosy, white leprosy. Yeah. So she was a very advanced devotee. And the Lord Nityananda, he has, as I mentioned, he has a lot of affection to Lord Gauranga. They were very, very, very intimate associates. So when Lord Nityananda, he has some leelas, he always remember. Actually, the leelas or activities of Lord Nityananda is to make us remember Lord Gauranga. Because even during the Kirtan, and when they have Kirtan groups, Lord Nityananda was always there. He has long arm, very tall, dancing and chanting, just to make the Kirtan very, very sweeter and sweeter. So Lord Nityananda, actually Nitya Ananda, two words are there. Nitya and Ananda. Ananda means bliss, and Nitya means ever. So if you want to have bliss all the time, because actually the soul is made of three things: Sat, Chid, and Ananda. Bliss. Yeah. Most of the time we are looking for some bliss in this material world, looking for some pleasure, forgetting that ourselves we are made of bliss. But that bliss, we are trying to get it outside the body. But actually, it is lying down inside. It's dormant. So if you want to really awake that bliss that is sleeping in us, then we need to approach Lord Nityananda. Nitya Ananda is the proprietor of bliss. Yeah. So regarding Lord Janava, the wife of Lord Nityananda, there is more thing I want to say about that. Sorry. Yeah. Known amongst the Gaudiya Vaishnava, Ma Janava or Janava Mata, and also as Ishwari. She has three names: Ma Janava, Janava Mata, or Shri Ishwari. The great Acharya of the Brahma Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya was famous for her unalloyed devotion to her husband, Shri Nityananda Prabhu. After the demise of her young sister, Vasudha, who was married to Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Janava Devi raised her two children, Virabhadra, an incarnation of Shro Daksai Vishnu, and Ganga Devi, who was none different from the river Ganga herself. Initially, Janava's fame resulted from her transcendental relationship with Lord Nityananda Prabhu. But soon she became respected as a superlative Vaishnava on her own merits. Yeah, because generally we think that Mataji's duty, especially in Africa, that women's duty is to in the kitchen and like that. Sometimes ISKCON also, Mataji's duty is to be garland or something like that. No, but for her, I guess she was completely different. She was completely different. No, so after the disappearance of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Ma Janava became a prominent guru, initiating both men and women alike. Janava Ishwari preached the glories of the holy name of the Lord far and wide. She also presided over great Vaishnava festivals and spread spiritual joy wherever she went. During one of a trip to Vrindavan, Sri Ishwari entered a village by the bank of the Yamuna. There was a famous Brahmana lamenting over the recent death of his young son. Feeling compassionate, Sri Janava Ishwari tried to touch the body, but the mother of the body said, "Please do not contaminate yourself by touching my dead boy." Ishwari replied, "You are a Vrajavasi, therefore I will become purified by touching your son. Saying this, Janavamma touched the boy's hand and immediately regained consciousness. Witnessing this miracle, the Brahmana said, You have rejuvenated our dead son by your merciful glance. Humbly, Ishvari replied, Seeing your sorrow, Krishna brought your son to life. I had not to do with it. While in Vrindavan, Sri Ishwari established deep friendship with the famous Goswamis living there, namely Lokanath, Bhugarba, Gopal Bhatta, Srijiva, Dasa Raghunatha, and Bhatta Raghunatha. Mahajanava circumambulated the 12 forests of Rajat Mandala. Mahajanava and serves the principal deity and devotees in Vrindavan. She will regularly take darshan to the local temple of Govindaji, Gopinath, Madana Mohan, Radha Vinod, Radha Raman, and Radha Damodar. She also offered varieties of clothing and ornaments for the pleasure of the Lord. No one has the ability to describe the devotional attitudes she expressed. Considering herself to be lowly and insignificant, sometimes Mahajanava will cook delicious preparation to feed the deities mentioned above. Then she will personally distribute the prasadam to all the Vaishnava. Janava Devi had intense devotion for Gopinath. Upon returning to Bengal, she had a deity of Radha made and sent to Vrindavan to serve Lord Gopinath. By her shining example, Mahajanava showed how to perform the deity worship and devote one life to devotional service. Most acharyas agree that Mahajanavi was an incarnation of Ananga Manjari. Yes, generally we see that the incarnation of the Lord, when they come to these planets, the wives, they stay at the background. And when they finish the dealers, both of them go together. And this time, this case, Lord Nityananda left her behind. When she left, she was left behind, she was not lamenting. Rather, she became a very, very powerful guru, representing the mood and mission of her husband, Lord Nityananda. Understand? So Lord Nityananda is very, very, very merciful by giving us his wife to give us spiritual knowledge. Some of the leelas also, many leelas she got in his childhood. I mentioned one. So the second one is one day, Lord Nityananda, remembering Ram Leela, lost himself in the emotion of Lakshman, performing Ram Leela. So don't forget that is Lakshman. No, in Krishna Leela, Nityananda is Balaram. In Ram Leela, Lord Nityananda is Lakshman. Okay, so one day Lord Nityananda, remembering Ram Leela, lost himself in the emotion of Lakshman. One boy approached Nitai and said, I'm Ravana, the king demon. I shall throw my most powerful Shakti Shila weapon at you. At first, at it if you can. Lakshman. Challenging Lakshman with these words, the boy threw the little flower at Nitai and grows in Lakshman's battle mood. Nitai fell back and dropped on the ground unconscious. Yes, because it was as if he was really, present in that Leela. Because actually, is Lakshman. Despite the boy effort to rouse him, Nitai lay there and moving. while his friends sat around holding their heads and lamenting. Nitai's mother and father rushed to the spot and fainted when they saw their son's lifeless body. Whoever observed the situation was certainly astonished. After the young boys described the details to the crowds, someone said, I think I understand the reason for Nitai's loss of consciousness. Previously, Nitai expertly enacted the role of King Dasarath, who suffered tremendously and finally died when he heard of Ram's banishment to the forest. Nitai is simply acting. If Hanuman gives him medicine, he will become well again. The Lord fell unconscious, simply experiences his own mood as Lashna. Yes, as I mentioned. The boy became confused by Nimai's seeming unconscious and forgot the Lord's instruction to them. They simply repeated, wake up, dear brother, and cried loudly. When the boys heard the man's suggestion, they remembered this instruction of the Lord. A boy dressed as Hanuman ran off to gather some medicinal herbs. By the potency of Lord Nityananda, the young friends played their individual parts so expertly that the entire crowd watched in amazement. Another boy, dressed as a physician, placed the medicine next to Sri Lakshman nose. Nityananda, the Supreme Lord of Goddess, then stood up, giving relief to his parents and everyone else. Sri Adai Pandit, Nitai's father, longingly embraced him. His young friends felt light-hearted and jubilant. Everyone was impressed with the drama and inquired, dear boy, where did you learn to play all these pastimes? Nimai smiled and replied, these are all my transcendental pastimes. Lord Nityananda was extremely handsome child. Yeah. So there's another nice childhood pastime also. So while staying in Shiva's Pandit's house, Nityananda Prabhu always shows himself as a child before Malini. Malini was the wife of Shiva's Pandit. So unaware of external events, he never manifested any other mood. He will not lift his hands to eat. So Malini, considering him as a son, would feed him. He regularly drank the milk from Mother Malini's breast. Although there was no milk in her breast, there was when Lord Nityananda touched them. There's no milk in the breast, but when Lord Nityananda touched the breast, automatically milk will come. So Chase Malini understood Lord Nityananda's ecstasy. So she served him as the mother served her own son. Yeah. Another day, in the house of Srivas Pandit, Lord Nityananda, overcome with bliss and chuckling like a child, removed his clothes and tied them like a turban around his head. Laughing and laughing, he staggering like a drunkard. He jumped about the courtyard. His eyes were sparkling, and his innocent face emanated totally purity. Tears of unbounded joy cascaded from his cheeks. Seeing Lord Nityananda's large, brilliant, and beautiful form, naked frame, Lord Nityananda called out, Nitai, what are you doing? This is not the way to behave in Grihastha house. Then Lord Chaitanya personally put clothes on Lord Nityananda. One day, Lord Nityananda held his Vyasa Puja in the home of Srivas Pandits in Mayapur. As Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda danced in spiritual bliss. They sometimes wept, embraced, rolled on the floor, or tried to touch each other's feet. Meanwhile, the devotees shouted, roared, wept, and sometimes fell unconscious. Yeah. So that is one prayer, interesting prayer that we can offer on this day of Lord Nityananda Trayodasi. Very interesting prayer in the Chaitanya Bhagavat. So the prayer goes on like this. If you want to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, I intensely yearn to see the lotus feet of my Lord and Master Sri Nityananda Prabhu and Sri Chaitanya. By taking shelter of Nityananda's lotus feet, let me worship Lord Chaitanya. I greatly desire to study Srimad Bhagavatam in Lord Nityananda's presence. This is my humble submission eternally. Actually, if you want to understand, to read and understand Srimad Bhagavatam, must get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. Yeah. So I greatly desire to study Srimad Bhagavatam in Lord Nityananda's presence. This is my humble submission eternally. All glory to the Supreme Lord Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya. You are fully independent and can give me the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda or separate me from them. I pray that you will be merciful to me. Please allow my heart and soul to remain fixed at the lotus feet and at the lotus feet of Sri Nityananda. Nitai Chandra is devoted exclusively to you. So without your blessing, no one can attend his shelter. From Chaitanya Bhagavat. So to get the mercy of, Nityananda Prabhu must get the mercy of Lord Gauranga. To get the mercy of Lord Gauranga, must get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. So this is the complicity between both of them. Yeah. And how did Lord Nityananda left these planets? All of them, Panchatattva, they came and they left one by one. So we're going to describe. I took this knowledge from the book, The Glories of Advaita Acharya. How did Lord Nityananda disappear from this world? So after the disappearance of Mahaprabhu, the two remaining Prabhus wept in great agony of separation from the Lord. In the mood of Vraja Gopikas, when they were separated from Krishna, sometimes they fasted, sometimes they ate little, sometimes they spent 2 or 4 days drinking only water out of separation. They were not at all aware of their bodies, and sometimes they loudly call out, "Ha Guranga, Ha Guranga." They consider one day to last like 100 ages. Yeah. Their very sad caused the heart to melt. In this way, they passed 8 years simply rejoicing with the holy name of Gauranga. So one day, Sri Advaita Acharya sat in Santipur, remembering Gaura's attribute in great loving agitation when a letter came from Kadaha. Kadaha is the village of the wife of Lord Nityananda. Now, so the letter came from Kada, written by Sri Nityananda Acharya, who requested him to come. Upon receiving that letter, Sri Advaita swiftly departed to meet Nityananda in his abode. When Nityananda and Advaita met each other, they embraced each other in great ecstasy. They cried out the name of Gora and were unconscious for a while. They sat down together in solitude for a full 7 days and nights. No one knows what they discussed for all that time. But on the 8th day, Sri Advaita blissfully emerged and met with the other devotees to glorify Gora's attributes. Nityananda danced in the middle out of his mind of prema and meditating on Sri Gauranga's lotus feet. All the Mahantas, the regional devotees chiefs, also went out of their minds of prema, and Nityananda seized the opportunity to disappear. When the Mahantas returned to external consciousness, they could not find Nityananda anymore. So they searched for him everywhere. Advaita Prabhu knew all that was happening. He understood that Sri Nityananda had left the phenomenal plane and began to lament like a madman. Alas, tell me, why have you done such a terrible thing? I was already almost dying due to the harsh separation from Gurachanda, but I still managed to survive by looking at your face. If you also leave me now, then where shall I go? Understanding that Nityananda has gone, manifested, all the devotees began to weep. What is Nityananda? Virabhadra, Nityananda's son, rolled about in the dust while Sri Advaita Chandra consoled everyone. He organized a great festival, personally writing and sending the invitation card. In due course, all the Mahantas arrived, and Kadaha was once again filled with joy. After completing the above on the day of the festival, all the devotees joined together for Sankirtan. There were 7 Kirtan parties, 14 Mridangas, while hundreds of cultures chimes swiftly. In each of the parties, one devotee danced, while Kuverananda, Advaita Prabhu, danced in each of the 7 parties. After the Kirtan, the Vaishnava became absorbed in relation topic of Sri Gauranga. Pastime. Virabhadra Prabhu then cleaned for the 3 seats. There were he placed 3 offering of Bhoga. Then he requested Sri Advaita, the only remaining Prabhu, to take his seats, saying, I tell you of one wish I have. Please fulfill the wish of this child. Just as the 3 Lord Mahaprabhu and the 2 Prabhus used to sit and eat together, you will similarly take your meal at my residence. Thus, my otherwise unless eyes will become useful. Yes, this is how Lord Nityananda, left this planet, making Lord Advaita and all the devotees in great devastation. Yeah, so this Lord Nityananda, again, let me remind you that to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda, because this is the essence. Yeah, most of the time, when we want to get mercy of a guru, we like to go and touch their feet as if it's so easy like that. But there are some say there is a key, there's some code, So to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda in this, day, auspicious day, Nityananda Trayodasi, or even in our devotion life, we must, have interest of Gora Lila. So if you don't have interest of Gora Lila, you should start now. One of the most powerful devotional attempt is that you must visit the holy places, Brindavan, Mathura, and like that. So Mayapur is one of the places also. Mayapur is very auspicious. So if you want to have the mercy of Lord Nityananda, even though we cannot go physically to Mayapur, we can meditate on Mayapur. Can meditate on the nine islands.
Thank you very much.
That we can get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. We can also meditate on the devotees of Lord Gauranga. We can also every day chant very loudly, Gaura, 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 Gaura. That way, Lord Nityananda will awake the bliss, Nitya. Don't forget, Nityananda is the proprietor of bliss. So if you want to get some small bliss with maybe some small thing, you cannot get. The secret is to approach the owner, the fountain, the proprietor of that bliss. That's Nityananda. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Maharaj.
Yeah, my time is over.
Thank you very much, Maharaj, for your time. So
I was gone in the ecstasy already.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Very good. The ecstasy is we are getting the vibration of the ecstasy. Thank you very much, Maharaj. So while we wait for his grace Shiva Svanacharya Prachari Prabhu, we will just play Lord Nityananda Bhajan.
नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हट जीवेरा कारण श्रद्धवन जान है श्रद्धवन जान है श्रद्धवन जान है श्रद्धवन जान है पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण नदिया गोद्रु में नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण प्रभुर अज्ञाई बाई मागिए भिक्षा प्रभुर अज्ञाई बाई मागिए भिक्षा बोलो कृष्ण भजो कृष्ण करो कृष्ण शिक्षा बोलो कृष्ण भजो कृष्ण करो कृष्ण शिक्षा नदिया नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हटा जीवेरा कारण अपराध शून्य होइलो हो कृष्ण नाम अपराध शून्य होइलो हो कृष्ण नाम कृष्ण माता कृष्ण पिता कृष्ण धन प्राण कृष्ण माता कृष्ण पिता कृष्ण धन प्राण नदिया नदिया गोद्रुमे नित्यानंद महाजन पतियाचे नाम हट जीवेरा कारण
So, Hare Krishna, His Grace Shrival Vanachari. Please, you can start. You can start just to give some break. That is why we just say let us play some bhajan of Lord Nityananda. Please, you can start. The bodies are anxiously want to hear from you.
Chakshuramlitam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam yena Bhutale. Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dalati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yukta Kamalam. Sri Gurum Vaishnavamscha. Sri Rupam Sagrajatam. Sahagana Ragnastam Vitam Tam Sajivam. Sadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam. Krishna Chaitanya Devam. Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vidamsya. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Tirtha Swami Iti Namini. Namaste Krishna Padaya Prabhupada Sri Tatmani Sri Gaura Karuna Shakti Bhakti Tetra Iti Namini. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namini. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesa Sriyavari Pasachare Satarini. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So first of all, we want to say welcome to everybody for giving us the opportunity to say a few words about this very exalted personality, Lord Nityananda. And we want to register our appreciation to all the speakers so far. His Holiness Srila Kavichandra Swami Maharaj, His Holiness Srila Bhakti Jiridhamadara Maharaj, His Holiness Bhakti Vasudeva Swami Maharaj, and His Holiness Srila Bhakti Charadishna Swami Maharaj. Since 8 o'clock Ghana time till now, they have filled our ears with such wonderful pastimes of Lord Nityananda. And I'm sure by now you are completely immersed in the blissful pastimes of Lord Nityananda. Of course, there is no end to the glorious pastimes of Lord Nityananda. And Krishna has created these ears that they are so deep that they can never be filled up. No matter how much we hear, the ears are never full. We have been hearing since childhood. We were never tired of hearing. What to speak of such blissful description of Lord Nityananda. So Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, they appeared in this world to benedict the entire world with love of Godhead. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is mentioned, Vande Sri Krishna Chaitanya Nityanando Sahodito Goda Deye Pushpavanto Chitra Sando Tamonado. That Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda are compared to the sun and the moon. They have risen on the horizon of Goda in order to dissipate the darkness of Maya that has engulfed the whole world. So, Lord Chaitanya is compared to the sun because he's glowing gold. His color is gold, Gauranga. So he's glowing with golden effulgence. So he is compared to the sun. The sun shines in the day, and then at night, the moon shines. So Lord Nityananda, he is compared to the moon. And just as the moon is very cooling, all of us have experienced moonshine, especially when the moon is full moon, Purnima. The effect of the moonshine is great, especially in the villages. In the cities where we have electricity and all kinds of lighting system, we don't see the importance of the moon. But in the villages where there is no electricity and they depend on the moon, the full moon is very prominent and its cooling effect very prominent. Everyone can testify how the full moon is very cooling and very enlivening. Therefore, Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, they appeared in this world to offer their mercy, to give their love, to give Krishna Prem to everyone. And so we see that from the beginning of their lives, they were fully absorbed in the holy names of the Lord. We have heard different pastimes of Lord Nityananda. But I would want to describe his Kirtan pastimes in Kandahar. Actually, in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, Lord Chaitanya says this about Lord Nityananda. Nityananda Prabhu performed extraordinary deeds while all the time absorbed in ecstatic Krishna Prem. Sometimes Nitai would jump into the Ganga and begin laughing, swimming, and splashing water on the crocodiles. One day, laughing like a child, Nitai came naked before Gauranga. And quickly, Gauranga covered him with his upper cloth. And then he began to glorify Lord Nityananda. He said, Name Nityananda to me, Rupe Nityananda. Ek to me Nityananda, Rama Murti Mantra. Lord Chaitanya said that your name is Nityananda, your form is Nityananda, and your activities are Nityananda. In other words, his name is Nityananda. Nityananda means always blissful. Nitya, always. Ananda, blissful. He is always blissful. His name is blissful. His activities blissful. Then Mahaprabhu went on to say, Nityananda Parayantana Bojana Vebara. Nityananda Vina Kichu Nahika Tumara. Say you're traveling, you're eating, and dealings are all full of eternal bliss. Your enjoyment of eternal bliss is never ever diminishes. Then he said, how can human beings understand you? It is very difficult to understand you. So Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is describing the glories of Lord Nityananda. And he's saying, how can human beings understand Lord Nityananda? So that means his activities are on the topmost spiritual platform that ordinary human beings cannot comprehend. It means his activities are so blissful on a spiritual platform that it is very difficult for ordinary human beings to comprehend his activities. Actually, there's a prayer in the Chaitanya Bhagavat that says, Nityanado Vatutendur Vasuda Pranavalabaha Janavir Jivita Patir Krishna Prema Pradaprabhu Padmavati Sutasrimam Sachirananda Purvajaha Mavong Mata Jagatrakta Rakta Gora Hile Vanaha. These two prayers are simply glorifying the activities of Lord Nityananda. He is known as Avaduta, as His Holiness Bhakti Damadara Maharaj explained. He lived a life of Avadut. He did not conform to any social norms. It is said that sometimes when he used to live with Srivas Thakur, he would suck Malini's breast. You can imagine. an elderly fellow like Nityananda, tall and huge person like Nityananda, behaving like a child. He will suck Malini's breast like a baby. He will not eat unless Malini has to feed him from her own hand, like her own child. He actually behaved like a small baby in the house of Srivas Thakur. It is described in the Chaitanya Bhagavat that one day Lord Chaitanya wanted to test Srivas Thakur. He said that, my dear Srivas, why are you keeping an unknown person in your house? Why are you keeping an unknown person in your house and tolerating all this childish behavior? And Srivas said, yes. He says, Nityananda Prabhu resided in Srivas Pandit's house in Navadvip, constantly displaying the mood of a child. Malini, the wife of Srivas, would feed Nitai just like a mother whenever he sat down to eat. One day, Gora Hari tested Srivas Thakur. He tested his faith in Lord Nityananda. Why do you keep this unknown Avaduta in your house? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Srivas Pandit. And Srivas Pandit answered, I will never give up serving your lotus feet in any circumstance. Roaring with satisfaction over Srivas Thakur's words, Gauranga spoke about Lord Nityananda in the following way. So he said, Panditera parik shakse Prabhu Vishambara e avadute kene raka nirantara. In order to test Srivas Thakur's faith, Lord Vishwambara asked, why are you letting this Avaduta stay in your home for so long? Then he said, I know you are very magnanimous, but we do not know which caste, which family he belongs to. So why are you keeping such a person in your house? If you want to protect your own caste and family, then you should immediately get rid of this Avaduta. That is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu speaking to Srivas Pandit. And Srivas Pandit said, I worship both you and Lord Nityananda. You are none different from Krishna and Balaram. Both of you are my worshipable deities. How can I refuse to worship Lord Nityananda? Just as I cannot refuse to worship you as the Lord of my heart, I cannot refuse worshiping Lord Nityananda. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, you have understood my confidential associate Nityananda. Therefore, I am most pleased with you and desire to give you a benediction. Even if Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, begs alms from door to door, You will never be afflicted by poverty. Everyone in your house, including the dogs and cats, will have unflinching devotion for me. So just because Srinivas Pandit has so much faith in Lord Nityananda, Lord Chaitanya is very satisfied with him. Lord Chaitanya is very, very happy with him. And here, he is offering him a great benediction that even if Mother Lakshmi fails to bring him his daily maintenance, he himself will pick up a begging bowl and he will go from place to place to beg for alms just to maintain Srinivas Pandit and the members of his family. So we can see how Lord Nityananda and Lord Chaitanya, they are one and the same personality. Just as Krishna and Balaram are one and the same personality. Krishna and Balaram are the same personality. The only difference is Krishna has his own pastimes and Balaram has his own pastimes. But they're both the supreme personality of Godhead. So the same way, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda, there is no difference between them. Actually, it is said that Lord Chaitanya did not actually start his mission of spreading the holy names, of distributing love of Godhead, until Lord Nityananda appeared in Bengal. As we have heard from previous speakers, Lord Nityananda, he took birth in Ekachakra. Ekachakra is a very beautiful place. And Bhakti Chaudhary Maharaj mentioned some things about Ekachakra. Even today, if you go to Ekachakra, you can still feel the absence of Lord Nityananda. It is said that the day Lord Nityananda left Ekachakra, everyone was feeling great separation from Lord Nityananda. Actually, it said Hadai Pandit and Padmavati, the parents of Lord Nityananda, they could not bear the separation of their transcendental son. Though they have other children, but they were very attached to Lord Nityananda. So when Lord Nityananda, he left Ekachakra, Hadai Pandit and Padmavati could not survive the separation from their transcendental child. He said they fasted until death. They could not eat anything until death because they were feeling so much separation from their dear child. And that separation that Lord Nityananda enacted in Ekachakra is still there till today. When you enter the city of Ekachakra, you can immediately feel there is intense feeling of separation for Lord Nityananda. And it is also mentioned how Lord Nityananda established his ashram in Kandahar. Actually, when he accompanied Lord Chaitanya to Puri, after Lord Chaitanya took sannyas, he accompanied him to Puri. Lord Chaitanya ordered him to come back to Bengal because he said, if Lord Nityananda should stay with him in Orissa, then the preaching in Puri will be dead. Nobody is there to keep it going. So even though Lord Nityananda wanted to stay with Lord Chaitanya in Puri, but Lord Chaitanya asked him to go back to Bengal and preach Krishna consciousness and spread the holy name and distribute the mercy. Reluctantly, Lord Nityananda left Mahaprabhu in Puri. And then he went back to Bengal and started preaching from town to town to town to town. But eventually he settled down in Kandahar, he built an ashram in Kandahar, and he established Radha Shamashundara worship in Kandahar. And then his two wives, Vasudha and Janavi, Vasudha and Janavi, they were engaged in the worship of these deities. So when Lord Nityananda wanted to wind up his pastimes, he actually entered their deity, and for days they could not find him. But then after some time, Lord Nityananda came out of that deity again, and the two wives could see him. And then Lord Nityananda then said he wanted to travel to Ekachakra. And so the two wives, they accompanied him to Ekachakra. And there's a deity called Bankaraya. Bankarai or Bankaraya, the deity is still there in Ekachakra. If you go to Ekachakra, that deity is still there. It is said that Lord Nityananda entered that deity and then he never came out. Just as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu entered Tota Gopinath in Puri, Lord Nityananda entered Bankaraya deity in Ekachakra, and that intensified this feeling of separation. That till today, if you go to Ekachakra, you can immediately feel that separation of Lord Nityananda when he left home and joined this great traveling sage and went visiting different places until he appeared in Navadvip. Before then, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was doing his kirtan, but he was not doing it on a large scale until Lord Nityananda arrived in Bengal. So we can say that Mahaprabhu's mission of delivering the conditioned souls did not fully manifest until Lord Nityananda arrived in Bengal, arrived in Mayapur. And as His Holiness Kavichandra Maharaj mentioned, when he arrived, the day before he arrived, Lord Nityananda had a dream. And in the dream, he saw a very elegant personality, tall and in height, and had the gait of an elephant. And he was carrying a plow. And he was in a blue dress, a blue dhoti, and he was so beautiful. So when Mahaprabhu woke up the next morning, he told the devotees that a very special personality has appeared, has arrived in Navadvip, and that they should go and look for him. So he sent out Haridas Thakur and Srinivas Pandit to go and look for this special personality who had appeared, who had arrived in Navadvip. And they went all day searching, but they could not find. They went from house to house, from crowd to crowd, everywhere they searched, but they could not find. So they came back and they informed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that elegant personality you described to us this morning, and you said he is in Navadvip, we have searched every house, but we cannot find this elegant personality. So Mahaprabhu got up and said that unless the Lord reveals himself, you cannot find him. Unless he mercifully reveals himself, you can search the whole universe, but you cannot find him. Come with me, I know where he is, and we shall find this personality. And so he went straight to Nanda Acharya's house, which is now at the back of ISKCON Mayapur, just opposite the Prabhupada Ghat. Nanda Acharya's house is there, one Gaudiya Math temple is there. So Lord Chaitanya and his devotees, they went there, and there was this elegant personality, Lord Nityananda. He was relaxing in Nanda Acharya's house. And when they met, it is described that it was like the world was going to come to an end. They were embracing and falling unconscious. They were crying. They were dancing. They manifested all the ecstasy, the manifestations of love of Godhead were found in them. So, and that marked the beginning of Lord Chaitanya's distribution of love of Godhead to everyone, irrespective of class, irrespective of status, irrespective of creed, and so on. So it is described that when he went with Mahaprabhu to Puri, and Mahaprabhu asked him to come back to Bengal to continue with their preaching, he came back to Bengal. And then Lord Chaitanya, Lord Nityananda established himself in Kandahar. And so in Kandahar, he built an ashram. And there, Lord Nityananda, he made everybody intoxicated in Kandahar with the love of Godhead. In fact, it described how he had a 1 month kirtan, 1 month kirtan, non-stop, a non-stop 1 month kirtan. And everybody in Kandahar was absorbed in this kirtan. Even children, 5-year-old children, they were performing miracles in the association of Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda, he was singing the holy names of Krishna. He was dancing the holy name to the tune of the holy names of Krishna. And he influenced everybody in Kandahar, even including children, old men, old women, everyone in the singing and dancing of the holy names of Krishna. And that for 1 month, nobody ate anything. For 1 month, nobody drank anything. For 1 month, nobody slept. For 1 month, nobody engaged in any other activity except just singing, dancing, and relishing the holy names of Krishna. It is described how little children would dance and climb trees with the dancing, and they will go to the top of the tree and they will be dancing there. It is described how old men could dance unlimitedly, old ladies could dance unlimitedly. The Lord Nityananda, he entered everybody's heart and made everybody dance for 1 month. No food, no eating, no drinking, no sleeping, no any material activity. The whole of Kandahar was turned into a Vaikuntha planet. It was turned into Krishna Loka, and everybody was in bliss. That is the nature of Lord Nityananda. Therefore, he is said to be the giver of mercy. He is a giver of mercy. I want to read something. He is the giver of mercy. All the Navadip devotees pass their days in the utmost joy hearing Harikatha in the association of Nityananda Prabhu. Seeing everyone's absorption in the nectar of Krishna consciousness, Vishwambara became very happy. Then one day, Gauranga made a comment to Nityananda regarding Guru Purnima. He said, "Oh, Shripad Nityananda Gosai, where should we hold your Vyasa Puja ceremony?" He said, "Tomorrow is a full day, Guru Purnima, when Vyasa is worshipped. So consider and inform us what is to be done." Srivas Pandit made elaborate arrangements for Vyasa Puja ceremony held in his home. He told Nityananda that the Sastra enjoined that one should personally gallant Srila Vyasadeva. He further said if Vyasadeva is satisfied, then all one's spiritual desires will be fulfilled. Without paying any heed, Nityananda kept repeating, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Srivas, many instructions. Srivas Pandit informed Gaura Hari that Nityananda was not interested in worshiping Srila Vyasadeva. In a friendly mood, Gaura bent Nitai and asked to offer the flower garland to Vyasadeva. Nityananda Prabhu responded by lovingly placing the garland on the beautiful head of Gaura Sundara. At that moment, Gaura Hari revealed his Sadbhuja six-armed form to Nityananda. In 4 arms, Gauranga held the symbols of Vishnu, conch, club, disc, lotus, and plow, and club of Balaram in the other 2. Nityananda Prabhu swooned in ecstasy, falling unconscious on the ground. Not detecting any life symptoms, the devotees became alarmed and prayed to Krishna to protect Nitai, the jewel of their heart. After roaring loudly and repeatedly slapping his eyes, Gauranga gently lifted the lovely limp body of Nitai. "Oh, Nityananda, get up, steady your mind, listen to the congregational chanting that you have begun. The kirtan for which you have incarnated to inaugurate is going on before you. What more do you want? Loving devotional service belongs to you, for you are the personification of ecstatic love. Unless you distribute this devotional service, no one can possess it. Please control yourself and get up and glance mercifully on your intimate associates and distribute this wealth to whoever you meet. Anyone who maintains the slightest envy of you is never dear to me if he does not worship you." So on this special occasion, Lord Nityananda, he woke up and he benedicted everyone with love of Godhead. He blessed everyone with love of Godhead. So that is the position of Lord Nityananda. He's a giver of mercy. He's a giver of love of Godhead. He is the embodiment of bliss. And anybody who pleases Lord Nityananda can easily achieve the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Actually, Lord Chaitanya said that for anyone who wants his mercy, he must first of all approach Lord Nityananda. Without approaching Lord Nityananda, we cannot get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Anyone who neglects Lord Nityananda and worships Lord Chaitanya, he cannot get the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. Unless we actually seek the blessings of Lord Nityananda, then Lord Chaitanya will be very happy with us and he will offer us his special mercy. Before I end, I wanted to just give that quite recently, some devotees went to Ekachakra and they have heard the very merciful nature of Lord Nityananda. They have heard that Lord Nityananda is so merciful that he can bless everybody with love of Godhead. And so some couple, a husband and wife, they decided to go to Ekachakra so that they can see whether Lord Nityananda will be merciful unto them, because they have heard so much about Lord Nityananda's mercy. So they decided to visit Ekachakra and pray for Lord Nityananda's mercy. So when they got to Ekachakra, they were wondering, they wanted to visit some very intimate pastime places of Lord Nityananda. And they were wondering who will take them on those special parikram and reveal to them those special places Lord Nityananda performed his pastimes. So they went to one kunt. There's a kunt in Ekachakra where Lord Nityananda invoked all the holy rivers for his father and mother to take bath, because they were planning to go to the Ganga, and Lord Nityananda invoked the holy places there for them to bath. So they went to that place, and as they were sitting down praying, a very beautiful young boy appeared before them and said, "Oh, you people have come to Ekachakra to take Lord Nityananda's mercy. You've come to Ekachakra to witness some of the pastimes of Lord Nityananda's places, his pastime places. So I am here to take you to those special pastime places." And this husband and wife, they could not, I mean, the beauty of this boy was very bewildering to them. He was such a beautiful boy. They have never seen such a beauty before. But because they had a desire, they prayed to Lord Nityananda that they wanted to witness some of his wonderful pastime places. They were very eager to follow the boy. So the boy took them, and he took them to very special places in Ekachakra, and he narrated what happened in these places. And in fact, it is said that this husband and wife, they were full of love of Godhead. They were full of ecstasy. They were so excited that they wanted to hear more and more and more about the pastimes of Lord Nityananda. But after some time, the boy brought them back to the same kunt and said, "Okay, you can rest here. I have some responsibility. I have to go and feed my cows. I have to take some cows out. After I take the cows out, I will come back and take you for the afternoon section of this parikram." And the boy went, and he never came back. After this couple, they waited and waited, and Lord Nityananda, and the boy was not coming back. Then it dawned upon them that actually that was Lord Nityananda who appeared before them to give them his personal association, because they had a strong desire to get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. And that's why Lord Nityananda personally appeared as a young cowhead boy and took them on parikram and actually blessed them with his divine association. So they were so happy that Lord Nityananda was so merciful, and he appeared before them personally and took them to his various intimate pastime places and actually revealed those pastime places to these wonderful souls. So Lord Nityananda, he's still available. He's still available. He's still present. He is still present in Ekachakra. He is still present in Mayapur. He's present everywhere. And devotees can actually approach him if we simply perform very strong kirtan. Sahadev Prabhu was asking Bhakti Damodara Maharaj how one can become a devotee of Lord Nityananda. Lord Nityananda, he lies kirtan. Just as I mentioned, in Kandahar for 1 month, nobody slept, nobody ate, nobody did anything. They were all involved in kirtan for 1 month, 30 days and 30 nights. Everybody was absorbed in singing and dancing the glories of the holy name. So anyone who is engaged in ecstatic kirtan, singing and dancing, one immediately attracts the mercy of Lord Nityananda, because Lord Nityananda is a kirtaniya. He likes kirtan. He likes to dance. very madly. He likes to chant very loudly. So anyone who is in that mood of chanting, singing, and dancing, he can easily get the mercy of Lord Nityananda. I don't know whether I have any more time, facilitator. Hare Krishna.
Prabhu. Yeah, Maharaj. So you still have about 1 minute more, or you can go for 6 minutes. You can go for 6 minutes more because we are not going to be playing Bhajan now. Except if you want us, if the body has any question to ask. If no question, then if you want them to take rest before Ganga Prasad Prabhu comes, then we can play some Bhajan.
So I think so. If there are any comments or questions, you should give.
Okay, maybe Maharaj want to ask some. Maharaj want to give some comments. Maharaj.
Who's Maharaj?
It's only Bhakti Damodara Swami Maharaj.
Very sweet. Thank you, Srivas Prabhu, for the nectar.
Hare Krishna.
For
your mercy. For your mercy.
We are highly gratified.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to say something.
So the next speaker is Grace Ganga Prasad Prabhu. I don't know if Prabhu is ready now. He wants us to play some Nityananda Bhajan before you come.
As your Lordship, thank you very much.
No, Prabhu, you decide.
You should go on.
Go on.
Let's continue.
Yes. So Ganga Prasad Prabhu, please, you can continue.
Om Gyan Timirandaksya Gyanang Gyana Salakaya Chakshuro Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Nanobhistam Savitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swa Padantikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Radhanath Swami Niti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pashakya Desatarine Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swa Padantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Padakamalam Sri Guru Vaishnavam Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gorangi Radhe Brindavaneshwari Visobhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Mancha Kalpatarubhyaschai Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanambhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanyan Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadada Srivasadi Sri Gora Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I'd like to first of all seek the blessings of all the stalwart Guru and the Vaishnavas that are present here today, and at the same time wish everyone present a very, very happy, fulfilling Nityananda Trayodasi anniversary. This year's Nityananda Trayodasi or appearance anniversary is of very, very great significance to me in particular. I have celebrated many Nityananda appearances in the course of my stay in ISKCON, but this year is very, very special. I cannot express how special I see it. The first thing is, if you look at the pitch of speech of all the previous speakers, it has been very cool and soothing. It's not like we are banging philosophy, but we are narrating things that are soothing to the soul. That is one specialty. And then other thing is, by this time last year, I was not sure if I'll be there today. But amazingly, I'm here. And I am given special mercy. Because if you look at the hierarchy of the speakers, there is no way I will be included to speak. But it's just the mercy of the Guru Parampara and the Vaishnavas. So I'm very grateful to all of you. Thank you very much. And I wish you very fulfilling day. Before we commence, I want everybody to benefit from this celebration by please joining me to chant on top of your voice 3 times the name of Lord Nityananda. Nityananda! 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 Thank you very much. Our discussion today have given us so much that there's little or nothing I can speak. But because in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adilila chapter 5, text number 1, he mentions, one day Ananta Bhuta Iswaryam, Srinityananda Iswaram, Yase Chaya Tat Swarupam, Ajnena Pi Burup Yate. Let me offer my obeisance to Lord Nityananda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose opulence is wonderful and unlimited. By his will, even a fool can understand his identity. So 3 points to note here is that 1, his opulence are unlimited. So descriptions about him can never be exhausted. It's inexhaustible. And second point is that even with disqualification, one can understand his identity. So I'll be giving premise to discuss about Lord Nityananda from 3 perspectives, if time permits. First perspective have already been perused in terms of his identity. Second, his appearance. And third, his moods. In the same Chaitanya Charitamrita, the identity of Lord Nityananda is mentioned in line with the personality of Lord Balaram. He said, Sava Avatari Krishna Swayam Bhagavan, Tanhara Dvitiya Deha Sri Balaram. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the founding head of all incarnation. Lord Balaram is his second body, meaning that Krishna and Balaram are one and the same persons, same in potency, same in capacity, same in quality, only different in form. But Lord Nityananda and Lord Balaram's unique position, if it is mentioned the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Nityananda and Balaram are the supreme personality of servitor Godhead. Means their constituency is that of service. And if we look very deeply, the subject matter of discussing Nityananda cannot be complete without exhuming the concept of the Guru Tattva. All the people who have spoken before me and the capacity of my Shiksha gurus and gurus to many of us, and it will be my privilege to make us benefit from the Guru Tattva. The Guru Tattva is the only treasure that we have to live in the material world. In the spiritual world, Balaram is the representative of the Guru Tattva and extended to Baldev. In the spiritual world, Krishna maintains, creates, and exhibits activities through his three internal potencies. The first is the Samvit potency, which represents Balaram. The second is Sandini potency, which represents Baldev. And the third is the Iladini potency. I remember once in one of the Bhagavatam classes, the devotee was asking if Balaram is the first body of Krishna, how, when, and how did Radharani manifest? But it is in this Guru Tattva that you'll be able to comprehend the intricacy and confidentiality that is in this Tattva. Because they are all included in the Guru Tattva. Krishna is the supreme Guru. Radharani also is Guru. The Balaram also is Guru. But they play roles at different times. So if you want to execute any work, you need three things. You need Gyan, which is knowledge. You need Bala, which is strength. You also need Kriya, the activities or the experience. The serving potency is representing the knowledge aspect. Sandini represents the strength aspect. And Hiladini represents the experience, the pleasure experience. So if we want to build anything, like you want to build a structure, a building, you need the ingredients for building it. You need knowledge also of the know-how, how to build it. And then the experience of accomplishing it is the third side of it. So the ingredients of all the things that are required for Krishna's pleasure, whether in the spiritual world or in the material world, is manifested by the Sandini potency of Krishna. And then the Samvit potency grants us the knowledge, the know-how of the application of these ingredients. And then the pleasure, the experience of participating is given by the Hiladini potency, which is represented by Radharani. So today we are discussing Lord Nityananda, and it is very, very interesting that we should know today as a bouquet. You know, during Christmas, we see what people do gifts, and they send bouquets to people as offerings and gifts. And in the secular world, there's a regular term used now, networking. Today actually is a special day for networking. Why? Because we want to get the most of the benefit that is embedded in today. Today is very, very special. Special in the sense that we can approach Lord Nityananda today. And by approaching Lord Nityananda will introduce us to Lord Chaitanya. And when we are able to get the connection of Lord Chaitanya, then we'll be blessed with entrance into the most confidential portion of the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. So if you see, it is a tripartite thing, three-dimensional benefit that we are getting by celebrating Nityananda Trayodasi. Radha and Krishna's mercy accompanies knowledge of their confidential partner. So without Lord Nityananda, we cannot get the mercy of Radha and Krishna. Now, part of the identity of Lord Nityananda also is that we see that Balaram is represented in different pastimes and companion of Krishna. But there's a special, unique setting of this very Nityananda's pastime. In Krishna and Balaram's pastime, they were living in the same habitat, manifest of the same parents, except maternity, that Balaram was transferred from the womb of Devaki and begotten by Rohini. And in Ram Lila, the same Balaram is represented as Lakshman. But Ram Lila is fraught with so many of depressing moods, anguish, and some form of lamentation that Lord Lakshman, at the end of their pastime, he told Ram, I had to do everything to see that I conform with the ethics of the relationship between an elder brother and a younger brother. But in course of doing this, I did so many things that are against my will. Paramount among them was the testing of Sita in fire to confirm her chastity. And then also my taking her on exile to keep her in the forest and come back without her. It is very, very painful, but I have to obey you, and I did it. So please, in our next pastimes, I will not want to be your younger brother again. We will be together, but no more younger brother business. So in the next pastime, Krishna came with Balaram. Balaram became the elder brother, and Krishna as younger one. But this change of nomenclature in terms of seniority and younger one did not change the nature and the mood of Lord Nityananda, because Lord Nityananda's position is to provide the servitor personality of Godhead, and also to make sure that he arranged all the pleasurable pastimes of Lord Krishna and pleased Krishna. He didn't change that. It's only thing that he was not taking directives like he was doing in Ram Lila. But the specialty of this Chaitanya Lila is that Krishna and Balaram came as Nityananda and Lord Gauranga. But just like in English it is said, if you love something, set it free. If it comes back to you, then it's yours. If it doesn't come, then it never was. So Lord Chaitanya was born in the house of Jagannath Mishra with Sachi Mata. Nityananda took his birth in Eka Chakra in Radhadesh from Hadai Pandit and Padmavati. Now, they didn't come together like they were in Ram Lila or in Krishna Lila. But that their eternal relationship was not separated. It was only temporarily unmanifest. So as time passed on, because Lord Nityananda, who is Balaram, has his eternal role of making sure that he enacts the pastimes of the Lord, they met again. And from the previous speakers, we have been able to see and know how they were separated, how they came again, and then they were able to enact their mission. Now, in Lord Balaram's role, in Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is mentioned that Lord Nityananda is Shankashan. He is Shankashan, and that is from Balaram you get the Chatuvyuha. And it is from the Chatuvyuha that the whole of the content or the unfoldment of the spiritual world of Vaikuntha and the material world is manifested. And the jivas also embedded in it. But Lord Balaram is the abode of all the jivas. He's the shelter of all the jivas, and he is the master of Maya. He's the master of Maya. So the material world is created, and the living entities here are experiencing their desires and are in big anguish. Now, when one is in distressful condition, how is it possible for him to get relief? Just like in one of the analogies of Prabhupada is saying that somebody who is tied hand and feet, he cannot free himself. If he has to be free, he has to be freed by somebody who is free himself or somebody who is liberated. So our miserable condition in the material world is only mitigated by the spiritual factor. And that embodiment of that spiritual factor is fully manifest in the personality of Lord Nityananda, even inclusive of the interpretation of his name, supremely happy. He's supremely happy. Like he said, you cannot give what you don't have. Because he has it, he can give it. And because he is the facilitator of how we came in here, he is also the facilitator of how we are going to get out here. And so this pastime specifically of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Lord Nityananda is the pastime for salvaging the suffering condition living entities from the material world. That is the main thing they came for. That's why Rupa Goswami called Mahaprabhu Namo Mahavadanya ya Krishna Prema Padaite Krishna ya Krishna Chaitanyam Namne Goratise Namaha. He said it's the most beneficent incarnation because he came to give what no other incarnation before has given, which is the love of Godhead. And so Nityananda is the source of supreme happiness. And that is why he said that Lord Nityananda is like thousands of moons. The effect of the cooling effect of thousands of moons is experienced in Lord Nityananda. So, and Nityananda being the representative or the source of the lineage of Guru, it brings the cooling effect for the burning sensation of material life, which also Guru is giving us. So somebody was asking, I think it's from Sabadev, how do I become a disciple of Lord Nityananda? As long as you are taking shelter of Guru, the Guru is expansion of expansion of expansion of expansion of Nityananda and Balaram. And they are the source of the Guru Tattva. So if you take shelter of the Guru, you serve the Guru diligently, understanding that they are not different from Lord Nityananda, automatically you have taken shelter of Lord Nityananda. And all the benefits that will accrue from taking shelter of Lord Nityananda, you will get it by serving and associating with the Guru. It's like it's Sansara Dawa, Guru Asaka that we sing every day. Sansara Dawa, Nalalidia Loka, Tranaya Karuna, Gana Gana Tuam, Potasya Kalyana Guna Navasya. One day Guru Sri Charana Ravrinda. That the material world and the experience is like burning fire sensation. But the spiritual master, he comes with drops of the mercy of the ocean to cool the fire of this material life. So Nityananda is that ocean of the mercy, and it is given to us through the Guru in droplets. But ultimately, our fiery experience of anguish is extinguished. So Nityananda is Guru, Nityananda is Balaram, Nityananda is Samvit Shakti of the internal potency of Krishna, and Balaram is Sandini potency, Radharani is Iladini potency. All these are the spiritual content of spiritual world. And in the bhajan it says, Golo Kriya Prema Dan, Harinam Sankirtan. So the pleasure of divine realm, the spiritual world, is brought down here for us to experience. But if we don't get sufficient mercy of knowledge from the Guru, we will not be able to appreciate, we will not be able to comprehend, and will not be able to maximize the benefit for our own betterment. Okay? So the spiritual world came down, and it is available for all of us And it's not that it's just given so that you can do it yourself, DIY. No, it is exemplified and it is tested. It is experienced so that we can be confident that the benefit that we are looking for, Ananda Buddhi Vadanam, Patipadam, Punamritaswadanam, we can have it. That is what Maya Prabhu and Lord Nityananda and their associates came to exemplify for us. So you can see that from the previous speakers, you have had the intensity with which Kirtan is done. And Kavichandra Maharaj was mentioning also that we have to chant with intensity, that is ceaselessly. And that is part of the primary instructions of all the instruction of spiritual master. The most important instruction is that of chanting the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra to the specific rounds daily. So if we are not doing that, even though it looks very simplistic, but we are jeopardizing our welfare more. So we have to take advantage and be able to understand that the miserable situation we are facing, we can experience happiness through the mercy of the Guru, Nityananda, and by participation in the chanting of the holy name. That's why he mentioned in Shekon Shisasaka, Nam Nama Kari Bahuda Nijasava Saktis, Tatra Pitaniya Mitas Nekala, Etadrisitava Kripa Bhagava Mamapi, Dur Daivam, Idrisam Ihajanina Nuraga. Your holy name alone can render all benediction to the living entity. And thus you have hundreds and millions of names like Krishna and Govinda. You have invested all your energy in these names. And there is no hard and fast rule for chanting these names. But unfortunate as I am not attracted. So we should not make our case so conspicuous that we prove that we are not attracted. We should somehow or the other take advantage of this and be able to benefit ourselves. The question of going back to Godhead can be secondary, but at least the miserable situation of now can be mitigated. Just like our Lord Jesus Christ said, I have come to give you life so that you can live it more abundantly. So let us enjoy the abundance that is here now. And when it is expanded, then we can experience higher spiritual platforms. And so in discussing Lord Nityananda, we have defined his identity. Now, his appearance, Balaram or Nityananda, in the spiritual world, nobody can peg a date that this is when Balaram manifested from Krishna. This is when Nityananda and Balaram become manifest. Well, this is when the eternal spiritual potencies started functioning. There is no peg date. But what we are celebrating as appearance here is the time that they manifested their pastimes on this material, in this material universe. So, and the purpose of this manifestation is to benefit us. In Krishna Lila is mentioned, Krishna came specifically to enact so much of pastime, that hearing them alone, you'll be stunned. Hearing them alone, you will not even have time to involve in such gratificatory things. So this is the thing that Guru is come to give us, knowledge. That's why we pray, Oma Gyanti Mirandaksya Gyanang Gyana Salakaya, Chaksuru Militam Yena, Tasmai, Sigurave Namaha. I was born in the darkest region of ignorance, but my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. So that knowledge is coming from Balaram, the Sambit potency, and the strength, the power is coming from Baldev, the Sandini potency, and Guru is a representative of these energies. So there is no question where we can play down on the importance of the Guru and the obligation we owe the Guru. We cannot play down on it. If really we have our self-interest at heart, we must take their instructions seriously. We must take their services seriously. We must make ourselves available so that they can make us capable. We may not have any ability, but because we are available, Guru and Krishna will make us capable. So by being available, we benefit a lot. So that is why when you are, maybe you are traveling at the airport and they are saying, making an announcement from the information, they say, attention please. What is the attention please for? So that you can make yourself available to hear what will benefit you in terms of your flight timing, your flight arrival, your flight departure, your check-in time, and all of this. So the Guru is there to call our attention to normalcy, our attention to our original spiritual identity and our original spiritual duties that we have to execute to emancipate ourselves. And if you see in Vrindavan, specifically, you will find many temples of Radha and Krishna. That is what permits. But Prabhupada, very stylistically, objectively also, set up the Krishna Balaram Mandir for this one purpose. Material world has so bombarded us that we cannot even find our bearing. We don't know where to start. We don't know what to do. We don't know how to do it. But by the mercy of Balaram, who is spiritual strength, who gather some strength to be able to contend and be able to navigate through the currents of material existence and be able to reinstate ourselves in our original constitutional position of being Nitya Krishna Das, eternal servant of Krishna. And also, by taking shelter of the Guru, automatically, we are able to sustain that identity and be able to go back home, back to Godhead. So basically, what we should be looking at in celebrating Nityananda appearance should not be just the festival of the Abhishek and all of this, which are very important as well. But when I started, I said that this year's celebration is of very, very tremendous benefit for me and significant. Why? Since 1:30, it is 6 p.m. now in India. Since 1:30, I've been glued to hearing different speakers, but on the same subject matter. But it's not like it's exhaustive. It is not like it becomes burdensome or one has to give up to do some other thing. Because the foundation of our spiritual life is from hearing, Sravanam. And when we hear sufficiently, then only we'll be able to know how to act properly. And when we hear sufficiently, we act properly, automatically we'll have that experience of pleasure that we are actually hankering for. It is mentioned that when we are very young and tender, all we need to do is whatever come our way goes into the mouth, which is anamaya consciousness. When we start becoming a little bit evolved and start becoming exposed to knowledge, we start identifying the capacity of the body, how much the body can do, how much the body has. But what does that knowledge lead us to? Gyanamoy, it leads us into venturing into sense gratification. And venturing into sense gratification, what does it tantamount? It is said we lose our innocence. And what does losing your innocence mean? Losing your innocence is just indicating that you have become exposed to what you are not supposed to know, and you start involving in things that you are not supposed to do, and then what happens? It brings you anguish and misery. Anguish and misery. And that is why you find out there is no one person, only very few, who can say they came to Krishna consciousness in very happy, jolly mood. They want distress, want dissatisfaction, want experience that we are not comfortable with. But when we came in contact with Krishna consciousness, through the knowledge that is given from Balaram, through Krishna and Krishna's devotee, and through Guru and Guru's devotees, we see the light. Just like that West African poet said. He said, and I see in your face the road that I should take. So when we hear from Guru, we access the information from the disciplic succession, we start seeing in reality what should be. And when we venture into it, what happens? We start experiencing coolness. And Prabhupada said in the purport of one of the texts in the 6th canto, he said we should always remember what was our situation before we came to Krishna consciousness. And we should be very, very careful to guide it so that we don't return to the miserable situation we were in before. So the information or knowledge from Krishna consciousness that is given through the Guru will help us to get out of the miserable material experiences we're having. But onus is on us that we must assiduously, diligently make efforts to see that we sustain it by being honest, being sincere, having the right service attitude, and not neglect any of the instructions or process so that we don't glide back to the precarious situations we were experiencing before. And when this happens automatically, our life becomes fulfilling, and then we also become instrument in the hand of the Guru and the disciplic succession and Lord Nityananda to be able to spread this. In part of the stories mentioned earlier about Lord Nityananda, is mentioned, and I'm saying this just because it could be of benefit for our preaching approach. Lord Nityananda is said to be a script writer, a producer, and a director of movie. Okay? In his early pastime, this was the activities he enacted. And if we borrow a leaf from this, we can become instruments also that extend this, that through drama, play, and entertainment, which is within the teachings of Krishna consciousness, we'll be able to captivate many people. Lord Nityananda did this. This was his early instrument for propagating Krishna consciousness: drama, entertainment, and dance. So even if we are having difficulty in making people take books because of the literacy level that may not be very high in our various environments, or people's interest due to prejudice, but if we increase the entertainment scope of our philosophy, we'll be able to get people, even though they don't become devotees, but they will be favorably disposed to us. And the other aspect is the enactment of the Harinam Sankirtan. The Harinam Sankirtan is one other tool that is used, and it is expected that we also key into it. You key into that and be able to utilize it to get more people. Harinam is very effective because you don't need any special ceremony. You start the show and then people are attracted. But if you want to do drama, you may have to have a hall, you have to have a special scene or environment to be able to gather people. But for Harinam, that is the most interesting thing we do, although that is the most crazy aspect of us, that we just start our madness, and then that madness attracts people attention, and by them becoming attracted, they are benefited, even though somehow or the other, they may be mimicking us, they may be making caricature of us, they may be ridiculing us, but in all of that, they are benefited. And not only are the persons around benefited, but we are also reducing the intensity of the effect of Maya that is permeating the atmosphere. And so we are creating sanity in the environment by doing this. So that is why the paramount instruction of Yaredeka, Tarekaha, Krishna Upadesh, wherever you go, whomsoever you meet, tell them about Krishna, as it is enjoined in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. So this is the message I will leave, because elaborate presentations have been done by the previous speakers, but I'm leaving this on a note that, one, we have to take seriously our relationship and obligation to Guru. Two, we have to make ourselves be worthy of being tools in the hands of the Guru and the disciplic succession to carry on this mission. Three, we should approach this expansion of the mission by our first personal proper conduct and utilize the medium of drama, entertainment, dance, to be able to reach people and make them favorable to Krishna consciousness. And lastly, to utilize profusely the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mantra as much as we can do. Presently, especially in Nigeria, the situation in Nigeria is so turbulent and tense that people are not sure of the next moment what will happen. But in my little introspection, I'm seeing that this situation is almost like what was there in America when Prabhupada went to America. There was a lot of dissatisfaction, a lot of unfulfilled desire by the youths. And what did Prabhupada do? Prabhupada came and gave Krishna consciousness, and that solved the problem. Parents of people who became devotee earlier were very happy with Prabhupada, and they were grateful to him that he came with such a packaging. In the same way, if we can make ourselves available and be empowered, we can make a difference in the suffering condition that society is going through now by propagating Krishna consciousness. Give out the books, give the holy name, make people attracted to Krishna consciousness. This is the real celebration of Lord Nityananda and following in their mood and mission statement of having to get back all the miserable living entities in this material world back home, back to God. Hare Krishna. I wouldn't know if I still have some time left, but in case there are comments or additional inputs or corrections, it is welcome. Hare Krishna. Is the moderator there? Hare Krishna. Is the moderator there? Okay. I cannot hear the moderator, but I can see Prabhu Sahadev's hand raised. Prabhu Sahadev, you can unmute yourself. You can ask your question, please. Hare Krishna. Is the moderator there? Okay, you can type your question also if the host has muted everybody and is not available now. Type your question on the chat box.
Hare Krishna, I'm having some challenging with my own audio here. Just, are you with me? Are you there, Prabhu?
Yes, you can unmute. Sade wants to ask some question.
Sade Prabhu is raising his hand. I don't know whether you are hearing me.
Yes.
Sade Prabhu, please,
I'm
you can
hearing
speak.
you clearly.
Your audio is not on.
Okay, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yes, Sade Prabhu, now you can speak. Yeah.
Happy Nityananda Trayodasi.
Happy Nityananda Trayodasi to you. Thank you so much for answering some of my questions put prior to you speaking. I had questions for Bhakti Traditional Maharaj and Srivas Prabhu, but I couldn't ask any of the two.
No, Prabhu. See, we don't have another speaker after His Grace Ganga Prasad Prabhu. So all your questions, you can put it to all the speakers if they are still here. His Grace Srivas Vanachari Prabhu is here, so you can see ask him also. So because Ishwara Prabhu is not going to be here, so all the time for Ishwara Prabhu, whatever question the devotees ask, they can ask all the speakers who are still on the platform.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, my first question then is when Bhakti Traditional Maharaj was speaking, They were talking about Lord Nityananda's wife listening to a lecture and doing japa at the same time. And the speaker attempted chastising her, and of course he realized that this is such an ordinary story. But to me, my question is, what do we as ordinary devotees learn from such pastime? Because to me, if somebody is giving class and there is another devotee in the temple room sitting there and doing japa, I think it's an insult. So I don't know if he's here, if he wants to say something, or Ganga Prasad Prabhu, they have something to say about that. I think some of the pastimes these great personalities and the Lord perform are not for ordinary people like me to emulate. It's just their pastime just to enjoy themselves, if I should say so. So that's my first question. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. I don't know if Bhakti Chaudhary Maharaj is still around. Kavi Prabhu, I think the question is directed to him. He could answer, but then if he's not there, we'll do the needful.
Bhakti Chaudhary Maharaj is not on the platform again, so you can answer.
Yes.
Also, Srivas Banachari Prabhu is still there. Bhakti Chaudhary Maharaj is not there. I don't think it's only Bhakti Damodara is still there also.
Maharaj BDD Swami just stepped out to ease himself.
Okay. So it's only back. So it's Grace Srivas Banachari Prabhu is still here. So and you also. So
all
maybe
right.
they can just handle the questions and answer.
Okay. So the question you asked, Prabhu, I think you already gave the answer by saying for you it looks like insult. In our neophyte stage, or when we are still doing sadhana bhakti, it is ultimately made to make us become purified, well integrated in the practice, and start benefiting from it. So we cannot imitate those who are transcendental or who have attained exalted position in this situation. Just like you gave rightly an example, that some people, because they are under obligation to complete their rounds, they come into class and they are chanting their rounds. That is neither chanting nor is it hearing. They are not doing any of the two. So we cannot serve two masters at a time. We will either be cheating one or pleasing one. So the time of hearing is time for hearing. Time for chanting is time for chanting. Like the last lecture I had of Giriraj Swami. He said that when it is time for chanting, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. And I think Bhakti Damodara was saying that also about Narad Muni, that he was singing as a Gandharva, but then because he was so enamored, instead of singing the praise of Vishnu, he was singing the praise of demigods. And that landed him a curse. So by acting whimsically or against the prescribed procedure, instead of getting blessing, we'll be bringing curse to ourselves. So we don't have to imitate exalted personalities. That's just the bottom line. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much, Rabbi. Thank you so much. Yes, it does.
Hare Krishna.
He has a question. I don't know, maybe Mother, please, you can unmute yourself and ask Prabhu your question.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Happy Nityananda Trayodasi.
Yeah, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu. Our pastor friend is here. He was here from the beginning of the class. We've been listening to the lecture from the beginning together. And
Pastor.
Yeah, he wants to ask a question.
Bless you. Nice to see you.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much.
How's everything, sir?
We thank God. Thank you very much for being there. You can ask your question.
I've been listening to your program. So my prayer, the Lord, good Lord, will continue to. Thank you.
The line is breaking.
Hello.
The line is breaking.
Are you hearing us?
Yeah, now, yes.
Are you hearing us?
Yes.
All right. So may the good Lord continue to give you the divine wisdom. I'm so much happy hearing all what I've been saying. They are mainly about spiritual, how you can live your life, how you can get closer to God, not speaking about the worldly like as it is today. So I commend that. Keep on the good work, sir. The Lord will continue to bless you.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the compliment. And because we have always shared like this in the past, I just want to reiterate the fact that this is what the Hare Krishna movement actually represents. Although people in society misconstrue us, they misunderstand us, and they speak derogatory things about us. But actually, we are not sectarian, and we accept the same one God that everybody believes in. It's just that our tradition, our pattern may be a little bit different. But ultimately, in the end, you see that we have the same intention, we have the same purpose, and we can all be united in doing the same things we are doing and be happy. It's just like what I was mentioning about calling on the name of God. Our Lord Jesus Christ taught the same thing when he said, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." So when I'm calling the name of Krishna, it is the same instruction of Jesus Christ that I'm upholding. In Psalm 150, he said, praise God with all instruments, praise him with treble and dance, praise him with high sounding cymbal. Let everything that has breath praise God. That is what we are doing. And it agrees with Psalm 150. So what is the difference? Difference is in the mindset of the people who are hearing us. And if they are able to understand us by coming close, just like what you did now, if you do not make yourself available, you will not have this evaluation and not be able to make this contribution. So I also have to thank you, and I wish you God's guidance and blessings and also strength in also carrying on your missionary work. Thank you very much. Keep coming.
Thank you, sir.
My regards to your family.
Thank you very much.
Irrigation, Prabhu. He always comes on Sundays, he comes for programs. So, Prabhu, I want to ask a question. How can you relate this Lord Nityananda's pastimes or to the doctrine of the Bible's teaching? Is there anywhere it's related anywhere in the Bible?
Yes. Why or how? If you speak about Jesus, and Jesus saying, no one comes to the Father except through me, that statement actually represents what we said about Nityananda and Balaram being the source of Guru. So it is a representation of the Guru institution. Jesus is a Guru. That's what Prabhupada said. Jesus is our Guru. Prabhupada acknowledged that. So we are teaching the essence of having a guide. Jesus Christ himself exemplified the fact when he told John the Baptist to baptize him. John the Baptist said, no, I'm not qualified to do it. But he told him, do it so that the scripture will be fulfilled. So it is scripturally necessary that one takes shelter of a teacher, a guide, who is called Guru, and mold his life based on the instructions of the guide. Then only he can make progress. But what is happening today in Christianity, many people are taking anointing and baptism from the Guru, and the next thing they want to act according to their own whims and caprices. They want to open their own branches of church, and then they don't align themselves anymore with their Guru. So yes, there's a lot of relationship between what we are teaching and what Christianity is teaching, what Islam is teaching. It is just a matter of the scope of presentation. Krishna consciousness philosophy is very scopious. Others are like simplified version of Krishna consciousness philosophy, so that people in that capacity can comprehend it. But there is nobody who is misleading the other if we follow exactly what is in our scripture and our tenets.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Does that answer what you wanted, or I didn't?
Yeah, yes. It's okay to let us.
Thank you.
Have any other question? Okay, Nataraj Prabhu, please ask your question.
Hare Krishna.
Nataraj Maharaj, obeisance of
Hare
the
Krishna
Logos
Prabhuji. All glory to your lotus feet and all glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Happy Nityananda Trayodasi. All glories to Guru Angoranga. Hare Krishna.
Stay, Prabhu. My question goes this way. We heard about, there was something you were explaining about Balaram, and you also made a mention of Baladev. But it sounds to me as if Baladev is a different personality from Balaram. So I wanted you to explain more. Let me understand it properly.
Yes, but then in the end, it's just like you say, Krishna and Balaram, they are different. But in the real sense, Krishna and Balaram, they are one. Did you get that first portion? Krishna and Balaram are one.
Yes.
But they separate themselves for the purpose of activity and pastime. They separate, but they are one. They are equal in potency. They are supreme personality. But the difference is that Balaram is the supreme personality of servitor God, while Krishna is the supreme personality of Godhead. Now, in the same vein, all activities in spiritual world is conducted by Krishna's three major energies: the Hiladini Shakti, the Sandit Shakti, and the Sandini Shakti. The Sandini Shakti is the energy that produces all the areas, pastime, paraphernalia, dress, and even including the flute of Krishna. But the Samvit potency is one that gives knowledge of how these things can be put into use. So seemingly, they may be different, but objective. The purpose is the same thing. And Hiladini Shakti is to give the experience, confirm the experience. That's why when we have the facility, we have the knowledge, then we'll be able to get to the platform of that we have experienced it. And it is at that platform of experiencing that Radharani now says, Krishna, please accept this personality. So what is the Guru's vision to take you to Krishna? What is the duty of Baldev is to take you, to provide facility for you to be able to realign with Krishna. That's Baldev. Balaram is to provide the knowledge with which you can use those facilities to get to Krishna. And Radharani is to give you directly a link to Krishna. So ultimately they are working in collaboration, but there is an administration that call it delegation of authority or span of control. So they are separate, but they are also simultaneous. That is their Achintya Veda philosophy that we teach. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, it answered. But now, can we say now we have four Rama? Because in the scripture we heard about Ramachandra, Balaram, and Parasuram. Three Ram that made one Krishna. Now, if Baladev is now added, that means there is four Rama now. I don't know how you talk about that.
If you read the Chaitanya Charitamrita, you see it is not like they are going to increase to four. Balaram and Baladev represent the same personality of Balaram. Okay? It's a matter, It's a question of this, I use the word administratively, span of control. The area of operation that Balaram is involved in and the area of activity that Baldev is facilitating. They are one and the same thing. It's just like you say the Guru is the embodiment of 33 million demigods. If you say Guru is the embodiment of 33 million demigods. So if you add Guru, taken from your question, they will now become 33.1 million demigods. But that is not what it means. That in one embodiment, there can be many personalities. That's the spiritual perspective. Just like in Krishna, there's Radharani, there's Krishna, there's Balaram, there's Sankarshan, the four quadruple expansion, there's Aniruddha, there's Pradyumna, there's Narayan, there's Vishnu, there's Gabodaka. You see, in the same Krishna. It's not that they have become so many gods. One God, but he split himself for different activity and pastimes. I don't know if that helps you understand it still better.
Yeah, that's all right. No. I have already got what I want by saying that they are one and the same person. That's okay.
Yes.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. So I wish everybody very happy celebration. And please let us chant again very powerful 3 Nityananda names so that we can be benefited loudly. Nityananda. Nityananda. Nityananda.
Nityananda.
Hare Krishna.
Nityananda. Haribo.
Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna.
Happy Balaram Nityananda Trayodasi ki jai.
Jai.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Kalika Prabhu has some comments or question.
I'm just appreciating your rendition.
I'm nothing without your blessings. Srivas Prabhu, thank you very much.
Okay, one big.
Your mercy is what is sustaining me.
So let us appreciate all the devotees and by loudly chanting one Hare Krishna, and we can call it a day. Thank you very much. I think we all have other things to do. Thank you.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nityananda Trayodasi ki
Jai.
Prabhupada ki
Jai.
Gaur Premanand.